Hello, everybody. Welcome to Breaking Chains, our condensed coverage of something that we absolutely continue to repeat and not repair. So, welcome everybody here. Thank you for being here. It's a beautiful it's Saturday where I live. And Crafty Girl, thank you for being a member for 5 months. You are a chain breaker. You are an actual, real, and literal chain breaker because that's what we're here to do. Break some chains. I want people to stop passing on the bad ideas on the internet and to their loved ones that then get carried down to the next generation, making things worse and worse and worse for each new generation. And in this situation, we have you're welcome, Crafty Girl. We have a literal repeat of something that hasn't been repaired, which is lawfare. Okay, we got actual lawfare. And when I say lawfare, what I'm talking about is lawsuits that are used really primarily for content, which is extremely resource intensive for the courts. It takes a great deal of entitlement to believe that you get to sue somebody for things that they said on the internet. Okay, things they said, not. And we're going to talk about the differences between, what happened in the previous case and what's happening in this case. But there are much more similarities than differences, y'all. There are many more similarities than differences, which is really sad. And it really goes to show that someone like Brittney J, who now has been part of a RICO racketeering and corrupt organizations lawfare lawsuit that she lost, and is now going after individual creators claiming stalking and harassment that hasn't happened, that I can see. And you once again using all of and also raising money on the back of it, right? So what was really, really egregious about the RICO lawsuit was it was on the back of Sebastian's name, claiming that the people they were suing were actually harming the search and that they had blood on their hands. Okay. And then they went for as much gusto as possible by, wanting to bring it to TMZ and having Dog the Bounty Hunter on there. And they're in a trending, dealing with a trending case. They really went for the gusto and they failed. And so people like Brittney and Tony Mathis think that they can get another run at it by going after individuals. And it's fucking bullshit. And we got to repair this. I just want to be here to show you that it doesn't ever pay out. It does not pay off to engage in lawfare in the long run. It may in the short term, but not in the long run. So I'm going to show you, oh, hey, Cinnamon Girl, nice to see you. I'm going to show you the similarities between what Lana from Truth and Transparency did to an entire community 3 or 4 years ago. And it lasted for a good 2 years of like hardcore, just constantly going back and forth, people being sued, all of this shit, right? And what's happening now. And what's even, what links them even more is that Brittney and Lana share mods and friends. And, the really egregious tragedy pimping channels are the ones who will create conspiracies claiming that everyone but the person who has pled guilty to the crime is guilty. Okay. And because that's the way to keep the content going. That's the way to keep that money train going on that particular case. So you notice that Brittney J will take a lot of the same positions as Lana. And that's what tragedy pimps do. They can't just accept that the law has, run its course. The person pled guilty, so they are guilty and there's nothing you can do about it. They're just going to keep milking it for content. And Summer Girl, thank you for becoming a new member. Thank you for helping me be here to break some chains. So, for any of you who didn't read my community post that I wrote when I shared that I was doing this live, I want to read it just so people are aware of what this is about and why I'm doing it, and get a little bit of background, okay? Because I want this to be clear for the record what this is about. So I'm reading my post now. I'm not going to display the post as I'm reading it. It's right there on my community wall. But I said, in December 2023, Lana Oriani of Truth and Transparency attempted to get a civil protection order against another YouTuber and lost. It was one of the last hearings in a string of hearings against YouTubers where she was denied PPOs for all but one YouTuber. And I'll tell you right now, and I'll tell you later as we go through the thing, the one YouTuber that she got the restraining order against did send something to her home, apparently. But also, Lana was able to get one of her friends, one of her former enemies, new friend, wonder how that happened, to lie and misrepresent things on the stand. And that's what the decision was based off of. So, so I'll just keep reading. The hearing, where both parties represented themselves, lasted 14 hours over 3 days. Absurd for a PO hearing. I've condensed those 14 hours down to 2, leaving in the parts that are directly applicable to today's Crama climate, where Oriani is seen as a role model for tragedy pimps who will use anything and anyone to scrape attention and unearned dollars off of subscribers, including launching false and hyperbolic claims for a content-worthy court proceeding. I have also removed all voice and visual references to Oriani's opponent, who I consider one of her victims. Since we know that Oriani completely failed on every level in this proceeding, her opponent's responses and presence are irrelevant, and she has moved way beyond this by now. And so I've asked, and I'll be running a banner, even if you know the name of her opponent in this, please respect her privacy and don't share her name in the chat. I just would prefer to just keep this clean and not, Lana is extremely retaliatory. Okay. And, I want to prevent as much of retaliation as possible, and also respect that person's privacy. So, this is probably the most important point here. Okay. Oriani had a far stronger case than Brittney J has against her legal targets, and lost. And she lost badly, you guys, as badly as the RICO plaintiffs lost. She lost. She was fucking humiliated, and you're going to see. Okay. Continuing to read. Brittney J is repeating her role model's attention-seeking abusive process by initiating legal action against several Crama creators. Many of her legal claims against them are identical or similar to the claims Oriani made in this hearing, and I believe she'll see the same outcome. Oriani's many claims included, now listen if these sound familiar, okay? Conspiracy, racketeering, stalking, harassment, surveillance, incitement of hate, quote unquote, you call me a predator, but you're the predator. You went real life on me. You're trying to ruin my life. You're going after my kid. You're trying to take me down. You're writing off of my success. All of those things you will hear claimed over and over and over again in this hearing. Okay. But if you really know the background of this person, the plaintiff or the petitioner in this particular case, you know that she by far is the aggressor. She by far is the one who goes real life, who will take your trauma and scrape it across the internet as if it's her fucking tragedy pimp content. Okay. So it's a DARVO. If you don't know what DARVO is, it's deny, attack, reverse victim, and DARVO. Deny, attack, reverse victim, and offender. So it's basically like, I accuse you of something and you come at me hard with denial, you attack me harder, and then you create yourself into the victim. So this is just yet another DARVO. We got to learn from this. Okay. So let me get back over here, and I see that, oh my gosh, 20 gifted memberships. That's so kind of you. And Tara, thank you. So thank you, Sherry, for the 20 gifted memberships. And thank you, Tara, for the 5 gifted memberships. And thank you, Summer Girl, for joining as a new member. I really love having you all here. So with that, I'm going to show you real quickly, once again, Lana's legal scorecard. Okay. This is her current legal scorecard. So if you think lawfare works out for you, look at this scorecard. Okay. She launched lawfare on 19 different times on about, 6-7 different people. Okay. I was one of them. And how did that turn out? She won one. Wow, big deal. She got a PPO for somebody who wasn't even really bothering her, except sent her something in the mail once. Okay. Big deal. But she also ended up getting criminally convicted and had to be spend a year on probation for harassment. Okay. And she is permanently restrained from any contact of another YouTuber. So, but as you will notice, it didn't work out for her legally and reputationally, and she is seen as a absolute fucking lowcow in these parts, but her channel is successful. Why? One reason is because she stopped doing drama on her channel and she started focusing on just true crime. Now she's creating all kinds of victims in the true crime that she covers, but what I'm saying is that this lawfare against the community did not work for her. It did not work for her. If Brittney wants to really follow in Lana's footsteps, she'll drop all of this shit and she will just focus on her true crime. And not that I recommend it, but if you want to get hella views on true crime, create all kinds of conspiracies, just like you did with Sebastian Rogers, right? Go after the parents of the missing child, just like you did with Katie and Chris. I'm not saying do that. I'm saying that's what Lana did to get up to over 60,000 subscribers now. Okay. So now let me pull up this. Let me pull this up. I'm going to run a banner. Just remind people, please, respect the opponent's privacy. And I'm going to commentate over this and show the similarities, but also, fill in the blanks and feel free to ask questions in chat about this situation. If you're not familiar with it, I'm happy to answer if I can, if I know, or if I'm not uncomfortable, answering the question. All right. So please, I had forwarded it a bit to look at something. Hold on a sec. All right. So I'm not going to, as you'll see in this video, I'm going to, you'll see that there's some, Char, it's so nice to see you. I haven't seen you in a while. I hope you're well. Thank you for chatting. So you're going to see some banners come across. I'm sorry, some a tile come across with some words. I'm not going to read those because I've really basically just read you what those things are saying, what those slides are saying. All right, here we go.
We are scheduled today for full evidentiary hearing Ms. Oriani's petition seeking a protection order to be issued in this matter. Ms. Oriani is present in the courtroom. Ms. is present via Zoom because she resides out of state. Happened during the last scheduled hearings. Ms. Oriani, I think you represented that you were going to obtain counsel. You asked for continuance. I gave you the continuance. You're here today pro se, so I'm presuming that you did not obtain an attorney.
So one of the major issues about these hearings, there were a few hearings against a few of her opponents in front of this judge, and every single one of them went longer, way longer than they should have. They should be no longer than an hour. Okay. And another similar, so this judge, she's really a magistrate, okay, which is not all the way a judge. She had to get a judge to sign off on her ruling, okay. Oh, did you just watch it, Justin? Oh God, you'll be very familiar with it then. But she had absolutely no control of her courtroom, and you'll see that like she allowed Lana to just roll on over her, just steamroll over her many times. I'm well, Lynn. Thank you. My stepmom is dying. Oh gosh. So my daughters and I have been back and forth. I'm so sorry, Shar. I've been there. That's a terrible time for families. So my heart's with you, sincerely. So, all right, let's keep going.
Correct.
You know, just on, I've noticed that maybe some other people are paying attention to this as well, which I think is great. I think it's great that people are reviving this and seeing that it's very similar to what Brittney is doing. Oh, thank you so much, NJ Robin. Appreciate it. Gosh, I'll remember what I was about to say. Just a minute. Oh, yeah. That's why I've been wanting to condense this footage for a while. I'm the one that played it on my channel, on a different channel, and it's still sitting there. But I wanted a new version out, condensed, so that people could use if they want to, that doesn't have her victim in it, because she didn't ask for this shit. She didn't ask for this shit. And I wouldn't want people constantly running, because she's an active YouTuber. She has her own channel. She's doing great. We don't want, you know, I just, she didn't ask for this kind of exposure. Lana dragged her into this. Okay.
Correct.
Yeah, and I would like to be transparent with the court is I didn't realize that I had to put a different retainer down when I already had to retain that firm. I had to put a different retainer down. So I thought I could just be paying on my hourly. And so that's why I don't have one here today.
The reason I left this in the beginning of the clip is because you'll see there that the lawyer says, the magistrate says, you know, you continued this hearing because you said you were going to get a lawyer, but you didn't get a lawyer. Did you? No. So you are both here pro se. So they both represented themselves, but Lana kept pushing things off because, you know, she kept trying to continue. And one of them was to get a judge. And I don't remember, she's definitely done legal fundraisers. I don't know if she did a specific legal fundraiser for this particular one. I don't know for sure, Spilled Tea Department. I know she's done legal fundraisers. I don't remember whether she raised money specifically for this one. I don't. All right. That's good, Shar. That's good that she was able to get some good care.
Okay.
For the transparency purposes of that.
I understand, but I just want to make sure that
Absolutely.
you are proceeding pro se.
Correct, Your Honor. Yes.
Okay.
Really quick, Your Honor. Could I grab a pen from Marianne? My bag isn't up here yet, and I just want to thank you.
You're welcome. All right. Do you want to start by testifying?
Actually, I'm going to actually call her to the.
Did you hear how she's like, you know what? Can I borrow a pen from Marianne? So there's two things I want to say about that. once again, we have a completely somebody who's been begging for this hearing to happen, who wants so badly to get this PPO. She sees this hearing as her last shot at proving that her opponent and me and all kinds of other people did a RICO on her. Literally, she started out with RICO claims. She never sued based on RICO, but she did sue based on defamation, and she sued based on and she did these PPO hearings, right? But she comes completely unprepared to the point of she has to now name drop the name of the court clerk in order to get a pen. She needs a pen from the court clerk, and she's on a first fucking name basis with the court clerk. So you see her, she's just constantly on an ego grab of, trying to validate herself with other people's presence and her knowledge of other people. It's really, really silly. Yeah. I would argue that the community started going downhill in the Watts days, but I know that a lot of Watts Crama creators kind of broke off into a whole other place. But one of the reasons, like the Crama adjacent community to Watts failed and it really died a lot because of this situation, like the ecosystem of this entire situation and everybody that was involved with it. So I agree that what then happened was we have this other missing child's case that also gets to that point, that very, very toxic point, and takes down and has the potential to take down a whole other community. She does. You're right, Kim. She does. She acts like her too. Yes, her assistant even got in trouble. They called her out. You'll see her. Hold on. Let's keep rolling.
Stand to lay the foundation of how we know each other and stuff like that. Because you were a scorned woman. Isn't that correct? And you wanted...
Now, this is something like an hour. Yeah, this is about an hour into the hearing because they started at 9. Before this, absolutely, Caroline, absolutely. They started at 9, and before this, her assistant is back there. Here, I'm circling her. That's her fiance, her assistant, her private investigator, her everything, right there. All right. So, but we are now an hour into this hearing, and before we got to this place, it was just Lana asking the most. Where do you work? When did you work there? Almost like a job interview. And she thinks it's laying foundation, but it's not. It's just wasting fucking time. Well, welcome here, Robin. You're going to learn a lot about it right here.
You didn't want Miss Oriani to be happy.
And what you'll notice is that she's talking about herself in the third person a lot. She does that all anyway on her channel, but during this hearing, she's representing herself, so she's asking questions as if Miss Oriani is some other person in the room. I think one thing to really check out in this first part of the video is the guard in the back. Keep watching her. Because at some point she looks up and she's like, what the fuck is going on here? You could see it on her face. She's like, these people are nuts. Okay. Yeah. That's 2 humans in the back, her truth be told. So, all right, let's keep going.
You wanted to ruin that relationship. Isn't that correct? There was a panel on May 27th, 2021, where you got up on panel.
So this is really what kicked off Lana's lawfare, or her desire to sue the entire world, is this sex panel. that you're going to hear about over and over again. And that's the reason I started here.
And you told thousands of people that Miss Oriani was a sexual predator. Isn't that correct? Refresher, we'll play the clips of what you said on the panel. Realize that you were going to be lying here, Miss. So, if Your Honor, I'm going to need a minute and fire this up.
She can impeach you with it. You can use evidence, introduce evidence for impeachment purposes that wasn't previously submitted. Evidence.
When you see a still image come up, that's when I'm covering up the image of her opponent. Just so you know, you're going to see a bunch of screen images, still images come up that look out of place. I'm just covering up her opponent. Okay. I know she's trying out for Law and Order, special, a special victims unit or something like that. It's crazy, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Shar. All right, let's keep going.
Introduce evidence for impeachment purposes that wasn't previously submitted based on your response.
Said I had 16 or more victims. This is not your time to ask me questions, but ma'am, it's your testimony here. You said that you did not call me a sexual predator in front of thousands live.
So you see that it's such a huge, huge, huge deal that this opponent apparently called her a sexual predator. Well, what you will see as we go along, or what I'm going to point out, is that she was asked to prove that this person said she's a sexual predator on that panel. And then she never produced it. She never, ever, ever produced the proof. And again, she initiated this. The burden of proof is on her, but she never showed proof. How familiar does that sound, y'all? How familiar does that sound? She comes, and I just went over Betty's part of Betty's deposition last week, right? Same thing. She just completely pushes the community into this lawfare and then doesn't bring an ounce of fucking truth, of proof of what she's saying. But she's been out here on the internet saying that Queen Bee did all these things to her and she's being attacked and blah, 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 blah. And that's exactly what Lana did. You called me a predator, but you know what? It wasn't her. I'm the one that called her the predator first. I'm the first person to call Lana a predator. Okay. I take responsibility for that. And you know what? It's fucking true. Feel free to tell me in chat whenever I've been wrong about my character judgment of another YouTube creator on here. Except I know there's one big glaring one, the first person. I'm deleting that, PB&J, and I'm actually going to ban you. Bye. Because I've asked you guys not to mention the opponent's name, and you did. And PB&J, I'm pretty sure you are somebody who fucked me the fuck over. I may be wrong about this. But if you're that person, you fucked me over really, really hard with Lana Oriani, okay? So I don't want to see your name or your face ever fucking again. Now, if PB&J, if you're not that person, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for talking to you like that. It goes both ways. All right, let's keep going.
On a YouTube broadcast, after sexting with me for 11 days, you felt the need to get on a panel and tell the world that I had sexually harassed over 16 people, a victim of mine.
Hold on, Ms. Oriani. Do you recall this panel? Remember what you said about Ms. Oriani?
Your Honor, that I'm going to ask for a recess to fire this up and the only way that I can impeach this material is to play these clips.
You did.
So I don't play it, but you see here, she's like, okay, well, I need a break because I'm going to go find these clips and fire them up. She should have had them right there, right then and there, because you saw how adamant she was that the opponent said this, right? She should have had it at her fingertips, No, she's like, I need to go take a break and go find this clip. She comes in, and rather than going right to the clip where this person supposedly called her a predator, she plays at least an hour of it without any of that being said. Oh, yeah. I don't know where they stand right now, but that woman has been absolutely wretched to me. Absolutely fucking wretched. Yes, Mel, during the break, she went out to she went out of the court. She made a community post and said, hey, do y'all remember when that person said something? Can you tell? And she asked for people to back her up. And then she came into court and said, oh, well, the reason I did that is because I was proving that she has people monitoring and surveilling me, because how did she see that? She says she doesn't watch me. She's monitoring and surveilling me. Well, so you see that's the frame of mind that these people walk around with is, I'm going to frame her. I'm going to do something to cause her to do something that I can make part of my case, which very possibly could be happening right now with Brittney at night and all these claims that they have about being stalked and harassed and people coming to their doors. That's just as much somebody framing you. And people who walk around with that frame of mind. And remember, Nick was convicted of fraud for framing somebody. Okay. Framing is his favorite. It's his. Hello, Janessa. Nice to see you too. All right, let's keep going.
These things to you, but you understand I can't give you a protection order. Even if I find she said something inappropriately. I hope you're getting to more.
I am. I'm trying, Your Honor.
Protection orders aren't issued to punish people for things they might have done to you.
So to answer your question, Blaze, the number 16 victims was just a number that came out of that sex panel. I agree, Bryn. So she, that number 16, she just keeps throwing it out because Natasha said that she's counted at least 16 victims. Okay. So that became a thing. But in fact, we don't know exactly how many people she was messaging and sexting with all at the same time. I wouldn't put it past her to be doing it with hundreds of people. Okay. Okay.
In the past, it's whether she's continually contacting you, stalking you.
Absolutely.
Now. And that's what we need to move on, because I can't do this all day because you started with March and we've only gotten into May of 2020.
And a judge in control of her courtroom would be like, wait, I'm sorry, I got lost. This happens with me sometimes, you guys. I get distracted and I forget my thought, and then I remember it 2 seconds later. So I apologize for that if it's annoying.
21. Okay.
Yeah, this is
We've been almost going for an hour, and I've got 5 other cases set today. So I just want you to understand that I can't. You may prove that she slandered you, defamed you 2 years ago.
That's not. This isn't slander, Your Honor. This is humiliation.
I understand that.
Okay, and that's what I'm trying to prove here with a menace.
So what you will notice throughout these clips is that the judge tells her, the magistrate tells her over and over, get to the point, get to the point. A more experienced judge would be like, move on. That wouldn't entertain the constant retorts and reactions and emotional flare-ups and the hyperbole and all that shit. Never. Yeah, squirrel moment, Justin. Exactly. Would never allow that. This judge did. And in a way, it's good, because sometimes what she did is she explained why she is a lawyer and she does know the law. So she explained why a lot of Lana's arguments were totally bunk, and why her behavior was germane to these proceedings, because in these proceedings, they like to see, the judges like to see, or the finder of fact wants to see the demeanor, how the two people treat each other. So that was her explanation.
Stalking shows, and I'm laying that foundation to show that it happened in 2021 with a purpose and a plan with other people, and it's been continued to this day.
That she's doing it.
100%.
So does she contact you?
Yes.
When?
So they go into this whole thing about, yes, she contacted me then, she's contacting me now. And the judge is like, when? She doesn't know. She doesn't. Oh, well, she has other people contacting. Spoiler alert, she never, ever proves. She allowed her to call her many other things too. A predator as well. She called her a predator. I didn't even remember that until I went back through and edited this. It's this magistrate was really, really bad. But she also did explain some of the reasons which are helpful for, future lawfare.
She contacts me all the time because after this whole ordeal happens, when this panel, she then is back in contact with me to apologize and to say that, oh my God.
When's the last time she contacted you?
When's the last time that she contacted me? She was contacting me by making these videos with people and teaching them how to do this plausible deniability.
I know. When was the last time
that she contacted me?
Yes, her truth be told, for sure she knew, because this was, I don't know if it was her second to the last person she was in a hearing with, or the last person she was in the hearing with. Pretty sure this was her last hearing. So she knew this was her last shot at being recognized as a victim of RICO. Okay. That's what, victim of RICO. So by the time this hearing came around, the other hearings had been played. And she even recognized that some of us called her stupid because she kept doing stupid stuff. So by the time this hearing comes around, she knows it's being watched. Absolutely, for sure. And Flo, thank you for being a member for 6 months. I think I might have missed something else as well. I'm so sorry. Oh, I missed a super chat. BJ even said she's only responsible for what she says, but wants to hold CNC responsible for what others say. Well, that's clearly what she's doing. That's clearly what she's absolutely doing. Thank you so much for the super chat. All right, let's keep going.
She contacted people that I worked with just 2 months ago.
Okay.
Yes, I'm trying to lay
Not that she's talking to other people about you behind your back.
No, that's not it. I don't care about that.
Issue a protection order to stop that, because
I'm not trying to
she has to be contacting you directly, doing things directly to you. That's what I think you're missing, is that
I'm about to show that, Your Honor.
You see, right there. She's like, I can't be issuing protection orders for every single person. We're here with this one person. We're here with this one person. You can't do the them, they thing. If you do the them, they thing, if you're claiming third-party harassment, which is a big part of what she's claiming here, you have to show a very good circumstantial or real good evidence for that. She failed. She failed on every axis, like I said with Betty.
I just had to lay a foundation as to why this woman would do it. That's what I'm trying to show.
I understand that, but I can't have 5 hours of that.
Okay, then we get the point of why she would do something so that we can move on to something more recent. Did I lay enough foundation to show that this woman clearly
Well, you haven't testified yet, but I understand these things happened back in 2021. I'm trying to understand as a court why I need to issue a protection order today.
And it was because of who she was doing this with and currently still does this with, because they won't stop, and she's directly involved 100%. And I'm getting there. I telling me that my ex-wife was contacted, and you don't recall.
So it's very interesting that Lana considers contacting an ex-wife. So Wolfie's asking, Lynn, can you explain about the contact in terms of this? Was it lives or tagging in a live that was contact? What Lana is claiming is that her opponent was constantly tagging her and also inciting other people to tag her and adding her. But it was proven throughout the course of the 14 hours that didn't happen. And also that her opponent never contacted her after something like, I'm forgetting the date right now. They'll say it. So Janessa, please read the banner at the bottom of and I'm going to delete that. No offense at all, but I just don't want her name being mentioned during this. She didn't ask for this. I consider her a victim in this. So no offense whatsoever. I just want to read the banner at the bottom. Thank you. But there was no contact. This person didn't contact her. The only person that she did get a PPO on sent her something in the mail. So the other thing, Janessa, see the thing that's scrolling at the bottom where I say, please don't, if you know the name of Lana's opponent, please respect her privacy and don't share her name or channel. It's scrolling at the bottom. That's the banner. Okay. This court, she never really made a ruling on what is tagging. We know that the judge thank you, Janice. I appreciate that. I removed it as well. This judge never made a ruling on what is contact on the internet. The judge in Colorado did, and she said that adding somebody is contact, but not necessarily. No problem, Janessa. Adding someone was contact. Now, so that's what the Colorado judge ruled. I hope I'm answering the question I hope that makes it clear. All right. Oh, on a phone, it's at the top. Oh, I didn't know that, Summer Girl. Thank you for that clarification. On the laptop, it's on the bottom. On the phone, it's on the top. All right. Nice pause game right here, right?
Who you tell me my ex-wife was contacted in July of 2021, but you can't recall who did it. It's your narrative, but
I was starting to say earlier, I think it's very interesting that Lana believes that contacting someone's ex-spouse is actionable to the point of trying to get a protection order. That means I should be able to get a protection order against Lana because according to her, she said this, she contacted my ex-husband. So should I be going out and getting a protection order on her? All right.
I'm gonna get there, ma'am. Because that's what I spend the big bucks on my time for.
Let's stick to the facts.
We are, Your Honor. We're going to stick to them. At the end of the day, my time for.
Let's just stick to the facts.
We are, Your Honor. We're going to stick to them.
Look at this face here. I can't tell if it's a he or a she, really, actually, because it looks like they might have something on their head. I think it's a female. But anyway, they're like, what in the fuck? Who are you?
At the end of the day, you were privy to this phone call that y'all had together on Wednesday the 26th prior to going live on this broadcast. Isn't that correct? Where you guys conspired. You had this conversation on the 26th before you went live on the 27th. And what you told Miss Oriani.
Yes, this YouTuber told people that she contacted my ex-husband. Yes, she did. She did many, many, many other real life things to me. That's just one example. So that's why I'm saying it's Darvo. It's the aggressor coming out and crying victim. Okay. Does the girlfriend have a bunch of notes? Yes. And she keeps writing notes and then displaying them and then trying to get her attention during the hearing. hello, Audrey, trying to get her attention during the hearing for all of her notes. And then later she gets called out for it. So.
Oriani is, oh my God, I was told that all of these things were happening to all these women. And I just thought I'd just jump in line with them. I was totally.
The judge should have stopped this the moment she went into mocking and mimicking mode. Just the second she went into this, it should have been shut down. But she waits.
I was totally set up.
And look at this person.
Isn't that what you said to Miss Oriani?
Okay.
Ridiculous. Yes, Your Honor, you're right. You're right. I apologize. I like to strike my own question.
We're not getting anywhere.
Well, we're about to.
You're using this. We're not on your YouTube show, okay? This is.
But I'm bump. We're not on your YouTube show, okay? Hi, TPE. Nice to see you. There was another thing I wanted to bring up. Let me just roll it back a second.
You're right. I apologize. I like to strike my own.
Yes. Okay. So you will notice throughout these clips that she gets reprimanded, she apologizes, and then she does it again. You know what that is? That's an abuse cycle. Okay. That happens in abusive relationships where a person, they can't control themselves. They fly off the handle. They get verbally abusive. Sometimes they get physically abusive. And then they're like, oh, I'm so sorry. It'll never happen again. It'll never happen again. And then, then within moments, they're right back at it. Okay. That's what abusers do. It's a clear sign of an abuser when you see somebody doing that in front of your face over and over again. And I'm going to bring this up about Brittney. Okay. Brittney also says, I'm not going to talk about drama anymore. I'm going to talk about this. I want to get back to blah, 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 blah. And then turns around and does the same shit over and over again. I wasn't sleep. And then she'll get contrite and she'll apologize for getting sucked into the drama. I shouldn't have said those things about Clue. That was mean. That was below my, I'm not that person. And then the other night she's like, ew, look at her. She's inbred. She's so fat. We watched you. You're so fat. That is a sure sign of somebody who is an abuser. Okay. Yeah, that's right, Lucky Shot. Exactly. So, oh damn. I should have banned that person. Why would I want them in here? But I just deleted their comment. All right. I know, Layla. Judge Judy would be like, Judge Judy would be sitting here the entire time. Judge Judy would not allow this. But, first of all, none of this would happen in Judge Judy's courtroom, right? I mean, just no way. But otherwise, when she wasn't shutting it down, she'd be sitting here going like this. All right. Let's keep going.
Question.
We're not getting anywhere.
Well, we're about
You're
to.
using this. We're not on your YouTube show, okay? This isn't your moment to put her on the hot seat. I'm just trying to gather facts, okay?
And you say, okay, not really. Yes, that is good, but you also need to ... Go into the description and hashtag names. Hashtag the Denver Post. Hashtag, now go to page 7, fight for a family.
The other person to watch during this is her girlfriend, fiance, private detective, personal assistant, water bearer, a cup holder, all of that stuff, is to watch her reactions because she's fulfilling the emotional response that she thinks the judge should have to all of these things. And she sits there and she nods and she goes, yeah, it's actually kind of a funny show in and of itself to watch her in the background agreeing with all this shit.
That's what you got to do in the descriptions. Why are you coaching and teaching these trolls how to make videos, algorithm, so that it affects Miss Oriani's life?
Now, remember, she lost. Her PPO was, her protection order against this person was, it's, hey, Tessmac, nice to see you. Let me go back a little bit, Squirrel.
How to make videos.
So this is an important line of the inquiry here, is she keeps saying that her opponent engaged in third-party harassment and contact because she added somebody to a chat, or she helped them with how to do hashtags on a video because they didn't know how to do hashtags on a video. And what you'll see here is that those claims do not hold water. That doesn't count as third-party harassment or contact. Now, the reason I say that Lana's case was stronger than Brittney's is because there were actual chats where she was added and talked about, and there was a lot more direct, behind the scenes, interpersonal contact between Lana and this person. Okay, a lot more, way more than any of Brittney's opponents, and yet she lost. She lost. Okay, Lana lost because the person simply wasn't harassing her and stalking her and part of a fucking RICO.
Algorithm so that it affects Miss Oriani's life. Did I do that right? You said, okay, no, not really. LOL, so you know how to effectively mess with people's livelihoods, isn't that correct? So she didn't effectively tag the algorithm so it then could be circulated amongst months of people that were to Google the Denver Post, right? If you were to Google the Denver Post, the more viewed videos get seen, correct? You mentioned, though, hashtag fight for a family. What is Fight for a Family? The nonprofit I started in 2021 in March, isn't that?
And is now been proven to be a complete and utter fraud, that Fight for a Family. She never had legitimate claim to being getting donations. It was a fucking scam. Okay, it was a fucking scam.
Correct. The reason for my channel, isn't that correct? So you were trying to hashtag humiliating. You said you didn't do it right.
Hold on. She's just taking issue because you said you were trying to hashtag. She's saying she wasn't trying to do that.
No.
Okay?
Yeah, no. You were trying to have Andrea Powers include these hashtags that were not included. That's fine. That's good enough. You needed to make sure that it was there, right? You're saying it wasn't done properly? You're showing her how to effectively ruin Miss Oriani's livelihood. Now, moving on. Miss, your video is already making its rounds. Then you say, did you get a tag? Andrea Powers says that to you. You say, I don't get notified when someone hashtags. She said, did you get a tag? Though you say, I don't get notified when someone hashtags. You have to use the @ symbol. Do you see that on page 8, Miss? Now, LOL, it's a lot that goes into it apparently. Emoji face laughy, so funny.
Wow, what a great litigator. What a great lawyer. Love emoji, so funny. She's just, and then she goes on her channel and claims to be this just absolute authority on criminal behavior and true crime and in the courts and all this shit. Lavina Cordelia, I think one of the reasons that she didn't end up in jail for that scam or get any sort of, government repercussion for that scam is because she didn't make any money on it. Like it just wasn't, it was just under their fraud and scam radar. And that's how a lot of these small time crooks get away with their stuff, is they're so small time that the authorities just can't, bear to, they don't have the time or the energy, and they've been, all these things. So Let's keep going.
Now, page 9 says, I'm going to fly to Colorado for the court date. You say, after that, LOL, I was trying to promote it and get more views, laughy face emoji. For plausible deniability that you didn't create it, you're just sharing it, right? No, I'm asking you, so you just shared the video, you didn't make it, right? You didn't help make the video and how it would circulate so many views, right? How does it get so many views, Miss? By hashtagging it appropriately. So because Miss Oriani is that popular that if you use her nonprofit name and you use her name and you use certain names, it's going to then infiltrate Miss Oriani's popularity. Isn't that true, Miss? Now, moving on. It says to you on January 21st that she went to the police. I went to the police on page 11. But they didn't want to do shit with my stuff. So I made videos coming at her, meaning Miss Oriani, correct?
Now, I want to make clear, because I know it's confusing because I took, it's confusing because I took a lot of the, the other half out of this, right? But she's not reading her opponents. And in a lot of these exhibits that she reads, she's not reading that person's message. She's reading a completely different person's message. So she keeps trying to bring other people's hearsay into court. Yep, I agree, Wolfie.
And fuck a cease and desist. What can I do to help y'all? You see that? On the YouTube channel that you built off my back on a sexual predator claim. I find that's argumentative. That's great.
See, same claim. You're building your channel off of my back. Well, that doesn't matter for a PPO hearing, first of all. Second of all, no, it's not. That's not what's happening. But you have to make all these hyperbolic claims to try to come off credible. But the more hyperbolic claims you make without proof, the bigger dings to your credibility. Big dings to your credibility.
Well,
Okay.
no, it's not. I'm asking you to stop being argumentative.
I will
know
stop.
Your extraneous comments, all it's proving is you don't like her, okay? That doesn't help me make a decision.
You're absolutely right, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And now moving on to page 12 and 13, okay? You say on page 13, bitch, it's a simply PPO. What does PPO stand for on page 13? Bitch, it's a simply PPO. You can't expect to weaponize people's health information, sexual videos, accuse people of murder, harass, and not have them protect themselves. And isn't this in reference to Vanessa going and filing a restraining order against Miss Oriani? Now, when you apologized to Miss Oriani and she felt horribly about what had happened because she thought you were a victim of Miss Natasha Cooper, that she said she knew that you had a daughter and Miss Oriani had vouchers to Disney. Did you want to take your daughter to Disney and go to Disney? Isn't that correct? Free paid trip to take your daughter to Disney. You don't recall the generosity of Miss Oriani for your daughter?
Another move of the abuser. I've been good to you. I've been kind to you. You don't recognize. And this woman didn't ask her to offer her, tickets to Disneyland. She didn't ask for those things. And if you're really offering those things out of the kindness of your heart, you're not going to make content out of it or use it as a jab in a court hearing. But and I have said this before, and I have reminded people, but I'm using tattoos to remind us here too. If people don't know, Lana's main mod is also BJ's main mod. And I believe she's telling BJ similar ways to use yes, exactly. And even though they know that it didn't work out well for Lana court-wise or community-wise or reputationally, they don't care. It was content. It was fucking content. And I believe that's why Brittney is following in her footsteps. It's just more fucking content. And that's what's so egregious about it. terrorizing people through the courts. If you don't think courts is going real life, I don't know what is real life. That's as fucking real life as you can get. You are subpoenaing somebody. You are commanding that they come to your venue to defend yourself. And in most cases, you need a lawyer to do that. If you don't think that's real life, you're fucking out of your head.
So you don't recall.
Specific.
So you don't recall when people are kind to you. I'm just trying to show what's important in life.
But the relevance.
The relevancy is just like, can we recall what she remembers? Is she have amnesia?
Let's move on. I'm going to sustain.
Okay, that's fine. Moving on. We're going to move on. Now on page 21, child exploiting. How is Miss Oriani child exploiting?
I want to say that I agree with that, tattoos. And I actually believe that, this is total conjecture, but based on the behavior, I believe that Lana went out on her break and came back amped up somehow with something, because she was fucking off her head. She couldn't control herself. For sure.
You then say dragging kids, family, real life shit. I don't want no part of it. Do you see that? Awesome. Thank you for putting that on the record on January 23rd, 2022. You want no part of dragging kids, families, real life shit. Then on the 26th, no, I don't do anything like that. Everything I say in lives and on my videos is exactly what I do. Well, except for this one time, what happened was
So again, in order to try to prove that her opponent is the one that went real life, she's using somebody else's text, not her opponent, not the person she's trying to get the protection order on, but she's using text from another person to suggest that her opponent in this case was part of it. And none of it works. None of it helps. Yep, it's hearsay, and it wasn't pertinent to this action that she's claiming. And look at the guard in the back going, what in the fuck, man? Why do I have to be in this courtroom? Or maybe she's loving the drama, who knows? But wow. Yeah, people eventually they figure out that she's just a big scammer and an abuser of true crime victims. That's all she is. And she's an innocence fraud person. She makes money on innocence fraud.
she was being really shitty to you, me, and shit happens. So being the pathetic, petty bitch that I am, and you hearted it, and she showed you nothing but the dick glitter bomb that she sent me.
So now it's her opponent's fault that another person sent her a glitter dick bomb and this person hearted it. Now, what she didn't heart the actual action of the person never admitted to sending it in that text writing. Okay. What she said, I did. But this one time, ... And then she sent a gif of a glitter dick bomb, not the exact glitter dick bomb. Welcome, Mel S. I thought you were already a member, but welcome. And somebody else became a member as well. Let me make sure I grab that. Shara became a new member. Did I miss saying thank you to her? Anyway, thank you for breaking chains with us. Breaking these terrible chains of thought that keep this going. And you renewed. Yes, you've been a member and you renewed. Yay for renewing. Thank you. All right. Let's keep going. Oh, so because this person hearted a message that said with a gif of a glitter dick bomb, Lana's trying to say that she had part of that sending of that glitter dick bomb. And as you'll see, she's constantly trying to prove this massive takedown Lana Oriani conspiracy of all these YouTubers coming after her and her opponent here being one of the ringleaders. Okay.
showing you, and then she shows you picture after picture within seconds. So after you just say that you don't do petty ass shit, you don't do anything like that, tells you how petty she was and you love it. You heart the message.
She's asking you, isn't it true that after you just said you don't like...
Now it's kind of, for anybody who knows the whole she haunted it with Caroline D, that's pretty funny. You haunted the message because Lana, there was this creator who got mad at Caroline D for hearting a message. Okay. And he said he's from Australia. It was a glitter dick bomb, Janessa. So this guy is from Australia, and he's like, and Caroline D, you hearted it. Am I saying it was the wrong oh, it wasn't. I'm pretty sure. Are you saying it wasn't Caroline D, Wolfie? If Caroline is here, she can vouch for this. Caroline D, you hearted it. Yes. So, considering that whole thing of Lana teasing Dave because you hearted it and he was so mad about it, now she's sitting in court saying, you hearted it. You hearted it. Look.
In seconds. So after you just say that you don't do petty ass shit, you don't do anything like that, tells you how petty she was and you love it. You heart the message.
She's asking you, isn't it true that after you just said you don't like petty shit, that when goes on to show you pictures of the glitter dick bomb that she sent to Miss Oriani, that you hearted the message?
You're hearting the physical words. You're hearting the physical words of her saying, I don't do anything like that. Everything I say in lies, well, except for this one time when happened was you're hearting her telling you how petty she was that she sent my son and me a glitter dick bomb to open around his birthday. Asking you, the words are, well, except for I was this one time, what happened was she was being a really shit.
Ask you this, do you even remember why you hearted the message?
Is it normal? You were vaping during this event here today. Is there weed in your vape pen?
I left that in there because what the fuck? Are you vaping? Are you vaping right now? Oh my God. You probably just came in from snorting a big ol' honking line of something. I'm kidding. I don't know for sure. I'm just kidding. That's how she's acting. This isn't sped up, y'all. It wasn't sped up.
I realized on page 28, I took one hit of my pen and I'm high as fuck, so I was just curious.
Miss, you're not under the influence of any substances while you're testifying, are you?
Okay, perfect. You remember the sex panel, who KK is, right? She was on the sex panel. And KK claimed to have a sexual relationship with me, but I've never met her. Is that correct? Did she claim to have...
Just so you know, Lana was absolutely head over heels in love with Kim Kaufman and cried and cried and cried when Kim Kaufman broke up with her. Okay. But she comes into court and says, she claimed to have a sexual relationship with me, although I never met her. Then why did you cry and send her cards when she said she didn't want to be with you anymore? What the fuck?
Have a sexual relationship with me. So another, isn't that correct?
All right, let's move on. Ask another.
You say, I am ready for this clappy emoji. January 24th, what was Andrea Powers' language to you? The purpose, motive, squirm.
Motive, squirm.
Moving on.
Jesus.
She asked for the link so that you could do what? You say, oh shit. Right? Like you excited, right?
Did you see the judge there?
Right? Like you excited, right? Now, Andrea Powers shares with you on page 34 that she is in contact with none other than Ludovica Bibiani, who accused you of lying and being the culprit of this setup, right? And vice versa, correct?
What is your actual question?
So my question is do you see that Andrea Powers shares with you that she's in contact with Ludovica Bibiani on page 34? Based on her admissions here of saying that she never watches me, is this grounds to have her media now searched and see if she actually watches me? Okay, I'm just curious. Thank you.
So if you didn't hear that there, she just asked, hey, does this mean I can subpoena her electronics? Because in my opinion, one of the main reasons Lana launched this lawfare against so many people is she was trying to get into their devices. This woman doesn't have boundaries. She wants to be as close to certain people as possible. She wants to get into their devices. She somehow coerced several people to send her their private messages in one way or another. And one of the reasons that I yelled at PB&J early on in this stream is because if she is the person that I think she is, after claiming to be a victim of Lana's for years, she then turns over all private messages between people Lana was actually victimizing, including me. Okay. She turned over all of the private messages about where I was moving, what I was doing, all kinds of shit. Okay. They knew that I had legitimate reasons for doing everything I was doing, but it was somehow Lana coerced that woman into sending all of my private messages with her to Lana. So that Lana then broadcast and used against me. So handed fucking ammunition, literally fucking handed it ammunition over to a fucking stalker. Okay. And yet, and so all this to say that she has a way of getting people's private messages between each other to try to frame them or try to prove that they've done something wrong. And she does it through extortion. She does it through blackmail. She does it through, she may pay them. I don't know, but somehow she coerces them to do it.
You can wonder why I wanted it. I'm glad this is funny to you, Miss Reed.
Knock it off.
Jesus, how often do y'all talk?
Well, yeah.
Lana must consume the fuck out of y'all.
Oriani, it's okay to use swear words if you're quoting something.
You're
but
right. I do apologize. That was uncalled for.
All right.
I apologize. No disrespect to you, Magistrate Griffin. I do appreciate your time. Moving on.
I'm counting 3 in just this clip set 3 times now that she's had to be reprimanded, and she apologizes and says she won't do it again, right? That's 3 different times.
On to page 39. Lee makes it known finally on January 26th. Fuck in quotes, not my chat. LOL. You see that? Is it all possible that you were misled by Miss Vanessa, Mr. James, at any point in time in your relationship, that you're like re-looking at this to say to yourself, wow, that I was lied to? Do you think at any point in time that you were misled by the people that you possibly believe?
And again, what the fuck does this have to do with needing protection? Okay. And that's a fact. Yes, she did. She got into a fight with somebody that was in her town. It was Crafton's ex-girlfriend that she had befriended. Okay. And that woman really loved Lana. And then they got into a fight, and Lana took her phone and would not give it back to her. She's like, I'm not giving it back to you till you give me your code to your phone so I can get in and look at it. And the woman was like, I'm not giving you my code. So the woman left town without her phone. I don't know whatever ended up happening with that, but yes, that did happen.
In.
Your point. that if she was willing to admit that maybe she was lied to.
I was going to say.
Then you would just stop this case?
Absolutely. If she could come to the conclusion that based off of negligence.
Do you believe that that could be the case?
I'm asking her to be, the thing about me, Your Honor, is I don't play the lawyer game. I give people the opportunity. I could sit here and keep roasting Miss, okay? I am giving her the same grace that I would want somebody to give me.
Did you hear what she just said there? I could keep sitting here and roasting Miss Blah Blah, right? That's why she's here, to roast the person, to get in her shots. And earlier roasting. Yes. And earlier in the hearing, the judge said, this is not your YouTube show where you can sit here and just go back and forth and bash each other. And later you'll see that the magistrate says, you know what? How about if I just leave and you guys hash it out? Because we're getting nowhere and you two clearly can't, she offered to leave the court and let them hash it out. It got that bad.
Your Honor. And I am simply asking, we can continue on this, and what it's going to lead to is her, literally, she participated here in 2013 with knowing once the she knew that Your Honor.
I know, and that's what I'm hoping we get to.
I'm trying. I am trying.
Honestly, I've given you plenty of time.
I'm going to get there. Your Honor, but
listen how desperate she is. I'm going to get there. I'm trying. She's so desperate because she knows this is her last shot at proving what she's been claiming on YouTube. And she knew that this would become content for her. That's what she wanted. So she thought that she was going to come here and just smear her opponent across the wall. In fact, it was the other way around. Her opponent smeared the fuck out of her court-wise in the court. Smeared her in terms of winning this case.
Somebody says, Lana gets the point. This is every single day of my life.
But you're picking apart things that somebody said about you
that
you don't like.
No, it's not about things I don't like. It's about reporting to the FBI.
Years ago, and they may all be full of lies, but I'm trying to get to what she's doing now.
Does that sound familiar? You're contacting the FBI. They contacted the FBI. Well, first of all, I'm going to guarantee you that Lana contacted the FBI many times about many people. And also, that is very similar to the claims that are being made by Brittney and were made by Bullhorn Betty. They called the FBI on me, even though they're the ones that are calling every single fucking day for one reason or another.
That warrants a protection order. Why should this court step in today? That's what we need to.
Okay, so we'll get there, and I'm going to fast forward this. Miss had never been utilized. Isn't that correct? Perfect. Now, okay, go ahead. We'll get.
You see that? She didn't even let her answer. She didn't even let her answer and said, perfect.
There. So May 2022, so Miss Oriani was accurate, right? She's got that photographic memory, I swear. Why would you speak to an unknown male? How did he approach himself? I'm asking how you developed.
How did your initial contact with James come about?
So this has, how does that question help? How does that question help her get protection? How often do you just allow unknown males to approach you? What the fuck? Yep, I agree, Midnight Baker.
Okay, but the issue for me is that how Mr. presented himself, and he presented himself. I'm trying to. That's why I need her to answer the question.
Well, you don't need her to say the exact date.
I don't need the date. Did Mr. present himself as the business manager of Unmasked, yes or no? You referenced on a live broadcast to thousands of viewers that thank God I can stop the facade of acting like I liked Lana. She's disgusting to me. It was a facade. Do you recall that? I'm going to have to pull it up.
Okay, so
Thank you.
we'll break for roughly an hour.
Thank you. Let's take.
So they take another break, and you'll see that they come back, and she's even more revved up. And she goes to take a break to say that she's going to prove something, but what she actually does is post something to try to prove something. And, to try to get other people to send her the proof. She never gets the proof. She never shows proof of what she's saying. And, engaging with someone sexually online and then turning around and saying, you know what, I was keeping up a facade for a while because she turned me off. There's nothing wrong with that. But Lana needs protection from that.
Take a break here. Thank you. I appreciate.
Hold on. It's going on 12:50. We'll break till around 2:00. Okay.
Okay.
And then, but I need you to have whatever you want to pull up.
I'm gonna take my laptop with me.
Okay, just have that ready to be fired up next time. And
Okay.
so we're leaving off with whether she made a comment about dropping the facade on her
Thank you.
broadcast.
Okay.
That's where I don't think we'll finish today. I'll probably give you one more day.
Being honest helps. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, I'm going to close the record.
Being honest helps. And she's already been told by this judge, your little side comments, all they prove to me is you don't like her. And what she didn't say is that what Lana was showing is that she has motive to drag this person in the court on false claims. She has motive to, she's talking about her motives for literally abusing this person. She abused this person and many other people.
You wanted to interrupt and announce this when we were on a lunch break. Isn't that correct? That this was posted. Isn't that correct?
She just did, yes.
Who sent you this? Your Honor, I would like you to ask the witness to answer the question.
I'm going to move on, okay?
Okay.
Because you're not denying. Are you going to deny that you posted it?
Oh, no, absolutely I posted it.
Okay, that's what's relevant, not who sent it to her. But
No, she says that she doesn't watch me, Miss J.
She doesn't watch you. I believe.
See, this has nothing to do with whether someone needs the protection. That she doesn't watch me, she does watch me. When you're on a public platform, if people watch you, that is not stalking. Okay. But Lana went out and wrote that community post to prove that the opponent watches her. Oh, wow. And did you see how giddy she got? Yes, I did. I did do that. I was setting her up. And that just shows Lana's motive to keep trying to bait and prompt people into doing things that they wouldn't normally do so that she can make a case out of it and make herself into a victim.
Well, we're asking, but
is your YouTube channel not public?
It's a public channel.
Okay, so even if she was watching it, that's not surveillance. Even if she was watching
100%. I'm asking.
Did you hear that, Brittney and all of her supporters? Watching a public channel is not surveillance. It's not going to work. Your case is ridiculous. Okay? Again, Lana had a lot of personal contact, direct personal contact with the opponent and the other opponents that she had. But she lost because they didn't harass her, okay? And in fact, prove that she harassed them. There's been, as far as I know, literally no direct contact between Brittney and Cletus and Clue. And yet she's sending them protection order papers? Jesus Christ.
Your Honor.
Let's move on.
Okay, we're going to play what we needed to. Your Honor, we posted that for a reason, for Miss to announce that people send her stuff because they surveil me for her. When was that, Miss?
Listen, both of you.
4 months ago.
I'm asking you to pick back up where.
You know what, Jessa? I know. I totally agree with you. I say as much as what I say for her as to her supporters or anybody else watching who doesn't chat. You know, it's not just for her. So
We left
Okay.
off, okay?
Well, you allowed her to continue on
And
this.
I told her that her point was made.
Okay,
That's an
well, here we
argument
go.
we can make later.
Let us continue on this facade. How did you know him?
We did already answer that.
And it's now coming up to say that, so a woman randomly who you never talked to just shows up on your panel, Vanessa. How did that happen? You are always the middle person. We're getting to that. Thank you for announcing that to the tribunal. You say
I'm rewinding that.
yes.
Look at what she did, and look
her
at
panel.
We did already.
look at her ghoulish friend in the background there, who honestly can be as delusional and abusive as Lana sometimes. But watch what she says and watch what that girl does in the back.
Answer that.
And it's now coming up to say that, so a woman randomly who you never talked to just shows up on your panel, Vanessa. How did that happen? You are always the middle person. We're getting to that.
Big head nod with, you're always the middle person. You're always the middle person. Yes, tribunal. Tribunal. She thinks she's on her YouTube show looking all official and everything. Yeah, Wolfie's mentioning the speculum. Lana used a particularly disgusting remark about speculums with on this person. Okay. That's where her mind goes. She's fucking sick, man. She's sick. She asked Kim Kaufman to please ask Chris Watts what Shanann's downstairs area was like. Okay. Shanann Watts, a murder victim. She wanted, her mind was at, what was her pussy like? What the fuck, man? Absolutely disgusting.
Thank you for announcing that to the tribunal. You say, yes. So Rocket Man came into Natasha's chat and said something about dropping a video on page 43. Was Rocket Man an account? What is the significance that you told the community of who Rocket Man was?
So I'm going to tell you who Rocket Man is very quickly. Rocket Man was an account that came into that sex panel chat and announced that they had just dropped porn of one of Lana's accusers. Okay. And in my mind, there's no question that it was Lana who was Rocket Man. And but she accused everybody else of it, including me. She accused at least 10 different people, including me, at different times of being this Rocket Man account. Okay. But I've proven in past times that she has no problem putting people's private areas on her own channel. So why would I not believe that she would start a new channel called Rocket Man and put porn on it and then put it in the chat? That's to me, there's no question. Wolfie, I'm convinced it was Lana. And the reason why is because one of the things Rocket Man said in the chat was, "You're next, Kim." And she meant Kim Kaufman, who was on panel. And I don't think that Ludovica had any motive to be sharing, to be threatening Kim with their porn. And she had some sexual images from Kim Kaufman because they did have a sexting relationship. Okay. So she was threatening Kim. Who else would have a motive to threaten Kim? In my mind, it was just Lana.
On May 27th, 2021. Yeah, and who did you tell 10,000 people who that account belonged to?
Specifically
Did you Your Honor, in unresponsive, who did you tell 10,000 people that account belonged to? It says it's been seen by 10,964 people. I'll be up to 20,000 now, but this is just a screen recording. You got on a panel on May 27th, 2021, isn't that correct? And you told the world on a public broadcast that Miss Oriani was responsible for the account Rocket Man, did you not? Did you not? That is hearsay. What did you tell the community? I'm asking you what you told the community, which was what? It wasn't on the panel, was she? I'm going to start asking yes and no answers. Moving on. You accused Rocket Man account of being Miss Oriani, did you not?
Let me ask you this, Mr. Oriani, what's the point? Let's just say that she...
The short answer is no, but Lana keeps going after it and after it and after it. Her opponent here insinuated that it was Lana, but she never directly said it was Lana. She said, this is what you do. This is what you do. You threaten people with their porn and then you do it. That's what she said on the panel. She never said, that's definitely Lana. But to be fair, everybody in the chat also, yeah, that's right. Wolfie only two had it to do it. That's right. Her and Ludovica. And I believe it was her because she's the only one that would want to threaten Kim with her porn. I don't think Ludovica had a motive to threaten Kim Kaufman with her porn. And also, Ludovica didn't have her porn. Yeah, so there were over 10,000 views on that sex panel video live on Natasha's channel before it got removed by Kim and Crafton and other people in the community. So it's no longer there, first of all, but also it's not 10,000 people. And Lana knows this very well. It's 10,000 views. And I'm sure that I accounted for at least 2 or 3 of those views. Okay. So here we go.
You did say that you were Rocket Man.
And actually Lana probably accounted for at least 200 or 300 of those views all by herself because she kept going back to it over and over and over again and restreaming it over and over and over again. Yes, the defendant is also pro se catering wench.
Man, what's the problem?
The point is that you then can.
But I will also note that the defendant in this case, she raised her voice a couple times, but not any. Her demeanor was far. It was a complete opposite of Lana here. She didn't shout things at her. She didn't take time to insult her every time she opened her mouth. And that's, I believe, another reason that the petition was denied is because Lana was showing herself to be the aggressor.
Continued on with your path of, did you not saying, if we came forward, this is exactly what was going to happen to us. Our porn was going to be released. Miss Oriani blackmailed you that if you came forward to talk about a relationship that she said to you, I'm going to release your porn. Did Miss Oriani say to you, if you come forward and say that we had some sexting relationship for 10 days, I will put out your...
I mean, what the hell is the judge allowing? Why is the judge allowing this? Absolutely ridiculous.
Non-existent vanish mode porn. What does that have to do with you, Miss? Do you believe everything that's told you? Do you believe in Santa Claus?
Came in my DMs, fucking blazing naked pics. Wait, so you ruined my relationship with Lana? This facade that you did? And that you went, why would you go and tell Natasha Cooper about it? If you were so happy to get rid of me, you were so full of...
Why would you go and tell Natasha Cooper about this if you were so happy to get rid of Miss Oriani and this facade? It was a facade. You said it yourself. This was a facade. You didn't like me, right? This was a facade. So what could you possibly have been going through, Miss, other than Miss Oriani calling you out on your bullshit? You wanted to maintain just like, hey, I don't want this to be sexual.
So just a few minutes ago, in this clip, in these clips, She apologized for cussing in court because she was reprimanded, and then she just did it again. Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. I won't do. I shouldn't do that. You're right. And then she says bullshit here. Rewind it a little bit.
So what could you possibly have been going through, Miss, other than Miss Oriani calling you out on your bullshit? You wanted to maintain just like, hey, I don't want this to be sexual, but I still want to be cool with Miss Oriani, even though I'm about to go on a live panel and call her a sexual predator? And when? What do you went on a live panel on May of 2000, excuse me?
All right, listen, here's the deal.
We're talking about a 10-day period.
We keep going back to the sex panel and all that. I don't feel like we're getting anywhere.
Okay, well, it tells you that she is seeking to have Miss Oriani arrested on April. This is page 1 of Exhibit 2. And you said, first off, I can only promise you that I have zero intentions of repeating anything, right? Okay, you don't? Okay, this is going to be great. So March 7th, 2022, there is a court hearing that you don't remember jumping up and down for and having.
That's right, Caroline. And that's why I sometimes just say it's Boston supports crime. Boston supports stalking. Boston supports revenge porn. Boston supports cyber harassment. She supports crime. Lana is a pro-crimer with a pro-crime channel where she commits blatant fraud. And Boston has never wavered. Never. And will, and I'm sure at some point she'll come into my comment section and attack me. She does it all the time.
Alive about? Then you don't recall it. Moving on. March 8th. March 7th. That was the date of the hearing. You guys were in a live chat. Were you in possession of the picture that Lala sent you of the back of my head? We're about to find out what control you had over it, Miss. Hang tight. Now, she just admitted to the fact that, yes, Lala sent that. She said, oh my fucking God, in quotes, right? Oh, yeah, I'll give you a page number. Hold on tight. At 3:32 a.m., were you sober? Perfect. Now,
Were you sober?
Were you aware on March 2nd, 2023, that Miss was given a protection order against, I got a protection order against her? That is not correct, Your Honor. And if I have to have a Facebook expert come in here?
Move on.
Okay, we'll move on from that.
That is true.
She wanted to, she wanted to have a Facebook expert come in and testify that in order to revive a dormant Facebook chat, she has to type in it when it's saved to the cloud. Because that's so important. Because what happened was Lana talked in the chat. The night, like they left and came back, and this might not be the time that's happened, but anyway, let's just keep going.
We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there.
Let's stop saying we're gonna get there and just get there. Okay?
In March of 2021, March 31st.
That's one of my favorite parts, where she's the comedic timing is brilliant. Unintentionally brilliant. Just get there. Just get there.
Were you not given admin access to that chat? Why, after almost a year, would you be given from just literally weeks after she was given a protection order in this courtroom? Why would she give you access to allow other people to enter in a private chat that had your most dire secrets? And now we're going to get to the motive behind why you did it. You were participating in third-party harassment for because she couldn't do it, because she would get what? Hit on.
So you'll hear this over and over. Third-party harassment. She was never able to prove it. She had no evidence whatsoever. Same with Brittney J. Same with Bullhorn Betty. Lawfare. But for them, it's content. So it's all okay, right? So, and I agree with the chatter who earlier said that I'm sure Brittney's getting advice from a lot of people, and Lana's one of them. And but why would anyone want to follow this record? Why would anyone want to risk looking like a complete and utter asshole? Asshat? Why? Yes, I'm sure she's getting advice from Nick and Hong and all these people who are willing to do the dirtiest and then claim everybody else is and that they're the victim.
On the wrist.
Just, you know, just grabbing those trending topics to do lawfare.
I guess you don't understand what third party is. We'll get to that. Okay, so is James BFF? Then why would you add James? So why wouldn't you take your own chat, Miss, and put it out there for the world to see if Miss Oriani is cherry picking through the chat? Why didn't you just put it out there? Do you need your online muscle? What was your motive for putting him in the chat?
All right.
So that's one of her third-party claims, is that she had that her opponent had an online muscle, No.
What type of gestures?
You get a little animated. It is distracting.
I'm Italian. I do apologize.
I understand, okay? But
Yep.
it is a little distracting. It's a little
I think it's hard to listen to the lies. It gets distracting.
See, again, those extraneous comments don't help your case. Okay?
You're right. They don't help my case, but you know what? It's just that it's been 3 years, Your Honor. Here we go. He didn't put out the exhibits. Grim truther.
All right, but
Exhibit
this is
number
Lana.
7.
I can't hold her responsible.
Oh, we're going to get to it because these are all going to be exhibits that were in the live chat. Why you have plausible deniability, isn't it true? This is why you enter James. I'm about to. I'm trying to be classy for you. You just said on the record that the reason that you gave James this is because you were mad, right? You just said it. You're mad. What were you mad about?
You were mad. You were mad.
About Miss Oriani has the protection order. What were you mad about? Miss Oriani has a protection order for life. What are you mad about? So then you wanted James to put out messages that made it not. And is it not true, Miss, you knew that you already admitted that you knew that you had a protection order. I had a protection order against her, so that you then had an opportunity when she says to you at some point, makes you a mod of the chat, to say, what are you doing if I give something to somebody else and for the purpose to harass?
So the reason I included this line of questioning about adding somebody to a chat who then takes images out of that chat and uses them publicly, that's her claim. So that her opponent added somebody to a chat that Lana wasn't even in, okay? And he took images from that chat and used them to harass Lana, and she considers that third-party harassment, okay? Nothing like that is occurring with Brittney and Clue and Cletus. Nothing like that. And that's why I say Lana had a stronger case, because she had instances of where people used information and people were connecting, but still she couldn't prove that they had all coordinated together. They were all individually making their own actions. And her opponent here wasn't adding him to this chat for the purpose, or she didn't know what he was going to do with the images from inside the chat. And that's true. Andrea had already given it to Lana. And Lana started posting from the chat, and that's one of the reasons why it started getting outed. No. She won 1 PPO against a person who sent her a glitter dick bomb and who was lied about by one of Lana's witness. One person, but she tried 19 times to get some sort of legal consequences.
Them, annoy them, intimidate them, threaten them, humiliate them, you are actively participating in third-party harassment. Because once it made you bid of the chat, it gave you, did you add James or did you? So you are actively participating in the harassment and humiliation, run down the list, intimidation of.
Listen, that's been actually answered. She explained.
I hope the management can see through it, right? All right, moving on. You don't recall it off the top of your head that you contacted me and called me and begged me to help Vanessa. Why would you ever think that Miss Oriani would help Vanessa, who Vanessa hates Miss Oriani? Ask me. You called me to say, will you help Miss hates Miss Oriani, so why are you contacting me thinking that I would ever help Miss? Was that important for you after you called me a sexual predator for you to come and message me within 2 months to say, will you help Vanessa?
Now we're going back to 2021.
Well, because I have to go back and she wants to keep playing games.
Hold on. I need to at least get through your case today. I don't know if we're going to get there, but
Yes.
I'm going to give you till 3:30. You need to tighten up your cross-examination of her.
All right, well then let's go to 59. Page 59, can you turn there? You send me a screenshot, do you not? And you say, KK's channel.
That's a good question, Tobeans. If BJ tries to use posts and clues Discord, I'm not a member, so haven't seen it. That mentioned BJ, do you think she will try and use them as third-party harassment? She'll try, but it won't be successful. That's my opinion on that. She can try, but it won't be successful. Unless there's something in there but from my understanding, I'm not in her Discord either, but from my understanding, they don't, that isn't the type of Discord it is. So. I keep doing that.
Terminated. The same person that had your back on the sex panel, is that not the same person? Right. And I say, who's KK?
Right.
Like that person doesn't mean shit to Miss Oriani, is that correct? And you tell me on July 15th, I heard they were talking to your ex, right? Have you filled out an FBI tip form against Miss Oriani? So you were lying when you told Andrea Powers.
So Spilt Tea Department asked, wouldn't BJ having access of Clues Discord, which she claims she's not in, wouldn't that look worse on BJ? So they went through this line of questioning in this hearing where the judge asked Lana, how did you get access? How were you able to get it? Well, they sent it to me. So, but it still didn't win a PPO for her. So what I'm saying is that Brittney would be asked, how did you get access to that? But since it's not hard, and my understanding is that it's a public Discord, it's really not hard to get into. It's not like she would be stalking, but I think it would just in a soft way, not in a hard legal way, but in a credibility way, it would look worse for Brittney. Yes. Yeah, that's right.
And Felicia buried that you did that. And that's your guys' MO. You guys act like you do stuff so that other people do stuff for you. Isn't that true? You tell people that you contact the police. You contact the attorney general. What crimes were committed against you? Did you go to the police about that?
So once again, here she's accusing her opponent here of contacting the attorney general. I'm the one that did that about her nonprofit. And it wasn't like I had this ongoing conversation with the attorney general. I sent just a complaint form and said, look at this nonprofit, because they're claiming to be a 501c3 and they haven't received a confirmation letter yet. So anyway, she's accused. So she puts that on her opponent here and saying that she contacted the attorney general when there's no, and then of course shows no proof. So that's similar. That's parallel to Brittney saying, all you people, you called CPS. We know that Clue and Cletus didn't contact CPS because it was actually one of Brittney's old mods or old friends, a former co-host or something, someone from her group. So that's why there's so many parallels and similarities between this hearing and what Brittney is attempting to do.
Is your statute of limitations up on that? Is that a threat? We're going to close out because I have 23 more minutes. This is all off the cuff. Have you ever had sex with a female? Relevance is why did you send nude images to a male or a...
So then she uses the courtroom to ask deeply personal questions like, have you ever had sex with a female? And that's why her opponent said relevance. And then the judge allowed it.
Female named Miss Oriani. What was your purpose?
She testified to that earlier.
Okay, and you said that you weren't in a relationship when you sent that? Who's Echo? Who's Echo? Who is Echo?
She's asking what the relevance is.
Her boyfriend during the time this is to impeach the witness. All right, well then we're going to have another date. So am I allowed to bring him in to impeach that?
I guess you can bring in rebuttal, but
yeah,
I don't
rebuttal.
get what the point is because
the point is to show how much she's lying, Your Honor. That's the point. The point is to show that my life is worth more than white collar crimes being committed.
Okay, maybe let's say she is lying. What does that have to do with you needing protection, immediate protection from her? That's why this is such a fucking waste. And I can't believe the judge allowed this to go on and on and on and on.
Okay, because the last time...
You subpoena him and can get him here, great.
Yeah.
But...
Okay, she offers to call him right now. Can you call him?
I'm not doing that. That's just not how court works, lady.
I know. That was just funny, though. So you gave James access, and then he started to go at Miss Oriani online. Isn't that true, in March? How would James get the information of pictures to do that to Miss Oriani to have meme contests? Yeah, then he made them into memes that he put online and got paid $50, and he gave away $50 who could ever make the best memes of Miss.
That's right. Yet another similar claim. You're coming after my kids. My kids need protection. My kids need protection. And in Lana, out of Lana's mouth, it's, you came after my kid. So, yep. So she's accusing this person with no proof whatsoever of coming after her kid. Complete bullshit.
Oriani to humiliate her online. You provided him with access to them, Miss. Did you not? Same person who you had an NDA with prior to being ever introduced to Miss Oriani. This is the same person that used an account that you here and like his channel so that he can get more subscribers. Oh wait, even better, with Vanessa Unmasked, is that who you had the NDA with? Who presented you with the NDA? You don't recall. So therefore, until you provide that information, I'm going to go with what you told the public. On your live broadcast that you were in an NDA with James, who sent you the email? Please pull up Rocket Lawyer. It'll be asking you, can you pull up your evidence in your little handy dandy phone to show who sent you the email? Why would Vanessa Lawyer to get into an NDA before she ever knows you? Does that make any sense, Miss? No more further questions for this witness.
Okay.
I would like to have a rebuttal, though. After you gave...
So she went, did you see that? She rage quit her own cross-examination of her witness. That's right, Tattoos. All she's doing is fishing. That's all she's doing, a total fishing expedition. And that's what her opponent brought up over and over again.
Access to somebody that Miss Oriani has been trying to serve since 2022, that you've known about, I've been trying to serve since 2022. You gave access to this chat where you knew material was available because Miss couldn't give it to him, otherwise it would be directly. So they use you.
B to you, I don't think she did. But she's always accusing people of going after her kids. Always. Every day. Constantly. Constantly.
As they always do, to infiltrate this sexual harassment So then it's just your actions. Thank you. Your Honor, I would like you to see that it is her actions on her own and why she's harassing me.
Sorry.
Thank you. I've given her multiple opportunities to speak that she did not know this was going to happen, and she is the direct cause from back in 2021, after only messaging with this broad for 10 days, that she came after me because I...
Cinnamon Fireball. I deleted that last comment because I'm trying to keep that person's name out of it. It's nothing against you whatsoever. I'm just letting you know.
did not want to be in any type of sexual relationship, and then we heard it on...
You're just giving legal argument right now. You're not under
Okay,
oath.
well, let her object to that.
No, you're not under oath, so I don't know what you're doing. Are you ready to call another?
She thinks she has command of the courtroom and the judge. She's like, yes, and her ex-wife. Yes, her ex-wife was the child bearer. But she thinks that she has control of the court, and she tells the court, yes, exactly, Jody. The way she speaks to the judge is wild. Yes, Judge Judy would have her under the jail. Listen to this again. She tells the judge what to do.
That she came after me because I did not want to be in any type of sexual relationship, and then we heard it on...
You're just giving legal argument right now. You're not under
Okay,
oath.
well, let her object to that.
No, you're not under oath, so I don't know what you're doing. Are you ready to call another witness?
Let her object to that. And then the judge just rolls with it. Jesus Christ.
Well, yeah, I would like this to be continued then, so that we can have our other witnesses, because of what Miss...
Who's your other witness? No,
I have Crafton Barnes, myself, and that's it.
No, where's Mr. Barnes? Is he here today?
Well, I was calling myself, and he was her rebuttal.
All right, well, you can call yourself.
All right, well, if we have time for that, that's perfectly fine.
Well, it's 3:15. We might as well just do what we can.
That's perfectly fine with me.
So, who's your next witness?
Myself.
Okay, I'm going to place you under oath. You can raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, as you shall answer to under God or under penalties of perjury?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Your Honor, in 2021, I was approached by a...
So now Lana goes into her testimony, and I'm going to tell you, I cut out most of it. And the reason is because the judge let her ramble on and on and on and on and on, say the exact same stuff we just heard her cross-examine about, make the same claims, but it's just her testimony. So the judge just lets her do it. And it's, completely repetitive and duplicative. So I took a lot of it out, but there's some of it in here.
Woman named, that was 2021. When she had reached out to me in April, it was through an email. She said that she had been on a panel with me for like a couple seconds, couple minutes. I was a guest on a show. I was very cordial, thanked her for her support, and we saw that in Exhibits 1, page 1. Then I was on Natasha Cooper's panel in May of 2021, Mother's Day. During the time of March 26th, 2021, when that was my first live, Miss channel was started. That was the first live that I ever had on YouTube, was March 26th, 2021. So she had reached out to me within weeks. I was not on Kay's panel until April 4th or 5th. So she reached out to...
When she says K's panel, she means Critical K. And I just like to remind you all that Critical K's channel was shut down for harassing another true crime victim's family. Critical K got sued for it, and she lost. And she used a lot of the same antics as she did as Lana did here. And Lana considered her, she even called her a mentor and a friend. So that's why I try to break those chains for anybody else who's thinking this is normal, this is the way to go about things. It's not. In the long run, you lose, and you lose bad. Here's a fun fact. Petitioner reached out to Crafton during the court break, desperately seeking for a clip of me allegedly calling her a sexual. Not only that, but she also posted asking for proof, I believe. Yes. So Melissa Jade is here admitting this is her. She is the opponent here. Desperately seeking a clip of me allegedly calling her sex. So that's the person. But I just want to keep you out of the ongoing court record that keeps moving forward, just so, because all that really matters is her dickiness in this, and that she lost badly.
Me well over a week afterwards. This was well after she had been in contact with James and Vanessa from Unmasked.
That's a fact. Actually, Lana does that all the time on her mock. She did mock trials of all of these people. You're welcome, Melissa. I noticed that there are a couple times I've noticed that your image is still in there. Fuck, man. It was 14 hours. 14 hours. So I'll go back and take those out. But I am just trying to respect your privacy because you didn't ask for this shit, man.
Again, unknowns to me at that time, I included anybody and everybody that wanted to be part of a mock trial to have different roles. She wants to use the term slid into my DMs, contacted me, and in no way, shape, or form was there any sexual talks at all. When I woke up the next morning, within 24 hours of ever speaking to this woman, she sent me I don't know if it was 5 seconds, 6 seconds of a video. I guess, have a wonderful day. I'm not a fan of the Disney movies. I don't know what she told me what that meant. At the time this happened, I was speaking to a woman named, and because of my relationship with, I said this person had sent me this unsolicited to protect my relationship, and that way it could not be used against me down the road to say that I did not notify her. We were not in an exclusive relationship, and in fact, Ms. and I chose to be, as public figures, very quiet about our relationship. One, because that's what we chose to do, but two, because it was a same-sex relationship, which is unfortunately not seen the same way as other relationships. Unfortunately, that's the truth of the matter and how the community sees it. I embraced position on that, and I respected that. When I told her about this, she said, "Oh my God, I know her. She is a mod for my channel. I don't know her well at all, but I cannot believe that she's being..."
Now, the reason I left this part of the testimony in here, okay, is because she just admitted to sharing Melissa's porn with another person. That's what she admitted it. She uses different words to describe it to get around what she did. But she sent Melissa's images to that person, unsolicited. And then that person said, well, I know this person. We're mods with each other or whatever. So she thinks that she can come into a courtroom and ask for a protection order for someone whose porn she shared, not only on her own channel, but directly from the get-go. Literally immediately after Melissa sends her whatever she sends her, she sends it off to fucking another person that she's trying to hit up. Trying to love bomb into her stupid fucking toxic vortex.
Being such an explicit word. She never once said that she was good friends with this person at all. And in fact, it was just, she was a mod and felt like she was being flat out a hoe. Now, fast forward, I decide, okay, I'm going to give this relationship with Miss attention moving forward, and told that to Miss immediately upon me telling that to Miss. I'm running and deciding to have a nonprofit, which I decided to use a YouTube channel to promote a nonprofit organization. Now, I thought, Miss, what transpired? I was trying to get to the bottom of who was behind the sex panel, because I did not believe did this on her own accord when she went on a panel and started spraying these lies, because I knew I didn't blackmail her. I knew that none of this was true. So who was in cahoots with? And I made it my personal to see who was out to ruin my livelihood. Who, she most certainly said that I was a sexual.
See, once again, ruin my livelihood, take down my nonprofit, all the same types of claims that Brittney makes every single night, and other people like her make every single night with no proof. Hi, niece.
Predator and had over 16 victims. She most certainly was the only reason that this panel ever existed, because she went to Natasha Cooper, because Natasha Cooper wouldn't go forward.
Melissa, it's absolutely, it is. It's embarrassing. It's ridiculous. It's insane. The woman, you wonder how she disciplines her own kids. I mean, it was very inappropriate how far she allowed Lana to go in this many, many times, even after Lana said, I'm sorry.
With just Ludovica Bibiani's words, she did somebody else's words. And so here it was that echo chamber. I was defending myself against such salacious words. I could not believe that somebody who had sought me out,
and here's another one of Lana's targets, Aunt Lala. Aunt Lala. Yes, she had already dealt with Lana before, and she already knew that the internet thought she was stupid for the way she handled those other cases. We already knew she couldn't control her courtroom. We already knew that.
Contacted me, had the audacity to lie about my sexuality, to lie about my character.
Listen to this fake fucking emotion and outrage. I don't believe 1 second of this 1 second of this little tirade right here where she makes her voice quiver. I was never part of the Empire, Mela, so I'm just letting you know. The Empire was named the Empire after I separated from all of it.
I am a single mother, and this woman, she did not reach out to me for the reasons that she claims, Your Honor. This woman had an agenda from the beginning, and I did not know that. If I had known that, I would have been here a couple years ago. I got 10, 20, 30 people coming at.
Oh, no worries, Mel. No worries. I didn't mean that in a bad way. Lana is the one that named it the Empire, and then they leaned into it. It was kind of funny.
Me trying to take years ago. I got 10, 20, 30 people coming at me.
Look at her face. The audacity. Look at her. She's fucking histrionic as hell, man.
Trying to take me down because I was different than other people. I was resonating with the community I was a business competitor of these people. I had no idea. I was just simply trying to promote a nonprofit. I didn't realize that
a fraudulent nonprofit. Yikes.
I was a target because, oh my God, Lana's going to take our money. I didn't even know that people made money like that on YouTube, like in a capacity that you could have a lifestyle. Okay? Like, this was out to destroy me. They're talking like I forgave this person. I forgave them after they got on a panel and told tens of thousands of people the most horrible things you could ever imagine. It cringed me to listen to that. And I tried to laugh it off, but it was that, I mean, The only reason I had to play it on my channel again is to show people how sick this was, how connected this was to all the groups of people.
You see girlfriend in the background there nodding her head. Yes, she's the victim. She's the victim. Yes. And to this day, she still claims that she's the victim. She was a victim of her she's a victim of pleading guilty in her case, just like Brian Kohberger, right?
Because that's what they do. Here, it's my turn now to go ahead and do this because you did this for me. I got to do this for you and because you did this for me. And that's all they did. I didn't know that at the time. Now, I can tell you exactly what A to B to C to D to E was. So how do I come to court and say, hey, I need to be protected by somebody? I didn't realize that it was still ongoing. It was still ongoing to the point that after I even got my restraining order, Vanessa lying and doing all the stuff that she did, this woman did not stop. She felt the need to go and contact the FBI. Or claimed that she did so that other people would. She claimed that I blackmailed her. She claimed that I was Rocket Man and put out videos of other people. None of this, in fact, it's been proven false. You don't have weeks to do a criminal trial. This woman used my back to create her new livelihood, like Kim Kardashian and Ray J sex tape, okay? She used the sex scandal to create her livelihood and to ruin mine. Before those 10 days commenced and finished, there was already a plan in place and it backfired.
You know, I'm not going to lie to you. One of the reasons I edit somebody out, like I edited Melissa out of this, is there are a couple spots where I've noticed that I missed it. But anyway, is because if I were her, yes, that's Bella's sneaky suspicion. If I were Melissa and I had to watch, and I watched this over again, especially with me in it, it would make me ill to see this woman being so aggressive and verbally abusive and condescending and falsely accusing and saying all this stuff that didn't happen to a court. It would make me sick. I would want to stay far away from it. That's why I'm protective of people when they go through this shit, but it's also instructive to see how Lana lost for other people, for the people who will get it, for the people who don't want to get it because they think that they're going to make a quick dollar off of it. There's no help for them, but hopefully it will prevent other people from doing that.
It backfired because I would not stop until I got to the truth on who was involved with the sex scandal against me. You can't publicly be out in the public and people labeling you a sexual predator and having sexually harassed women in these 16, then it went to 17, then it went to 36 women. Meanwhile, nobody has ever come forward on any level to say any of these things. That's criminal.
Because you were a competitor of Unmasked?
Yes, I was a competitor. And they wanted Natasha Cooper down. And so what they saw is go on her channel, Lana will go after Natasha Cooper because Natasha Cooper started the sex panel. Natasha Cooper realized, oh my God, Lana is gonna sue me. I'm saying all of these things. She's the one that's telling me all of these things. And that's exactly what I did. I started suing people. I sued Lynn, and that's what wanted me to do.
Hey-o.
I sued Jay for justice. I was starting to bring all of these lawsuits, and all they cared about was that they weren't being sued and unmasked.
And just as a reminder, in case you don't remember, she sued me for defamation. She sued me and Jay's for Justice for defamation.
Wasn't being sued. They wanted me to sue Crafton and Kim Barnes. It was all about suing these people because, oh my God, we were lied to. This is why we did this. Come to realize why I'm here today is because it didn't stop in 2021. In 2021, it escalated to 2022.
And Wolfie is asking, how didn't that work out? I think Wolfie may know, but is asking rhetorically, but just so you all know, the reason the case was dismissed is because Lana didn't prosecute it. She just filed the paperwork and then never did anything else. She never served me. She never served Jess, Jays for Justice. Both of ours got dismissed for quote unquote lack of prosecution. LOL, how did I build my channel off the panel that I refuse to ever drift? I know, it's ridiculous. Ridiculous.
Which was, you clearly saw in 2022 all of the messages nonstop, morning and night with these people, which is then she's continuing on it saying, what's our game plan? It's all there. How are we going to do this? We're going to trigger her. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. We're going to contact. I had the Attorney General calling me, Your Honor, because they were reporting my nonprofit for illegally using funds. And they're the ones that are talking about the Attorney General, nobody else but these people. Claiming that I'm starting PayPal pools in the name of Fight for a Family. No, it's right there in black and white. Lana Oriani started pay pool fundraisers so that I could afford an attorney to fight these claims of this crap in Colorado. Then you fast forward all the way to 2023 when Miss reinserts herself because guess who needs help? None other than James. Which, Your Honor, I would like to play on the record.
Tell me,
I thought this was
what
me
do you
testifying.
think that Mr. and her have been doing together? How are you tying?
She just admitted the fact that she entered James into a chat for the purpose to harass me.
No, she didn't admit to that. She didn't admit to that.
She admitted to him entering, and she wants to claim that she has no idea why she did these things. That she had no idea that this guy who has been ongoing harassing me would ever take material out of there. Why didn't just Lala enter him? She was the admin of the chat. She had because Lala had the protection order and they knew that. They're not idiots. These are criminals.
So this is another thing, right? So Lana was trying to use the fact that she was able to get a protection order off of Aunt Lala, mostly based on Crafton's lies, but also because she supposedly sent her something. But she keeps using that as a way to say anybody who's in contact with Aunt Lala is harassing me, and they talk about me or something happens, that means that they are in cahoots, and that's third-party harassment. And you will see that argument didn't work either. So that's one of the reasons I say that Lana had a stronger case, is because she actually did have a PPO against somebody that Melissa talked to, but there's never any proof shown that they coordinated attacks or abuse on Lana. So it's ridiculous. So that's why I fully believe that Brittney J, based on the claims that I've seen, will lose, and humiliatingly, and she'll lose more subscribers than she already has.
Listen.
Of March 31st, 2023, she enters James into a chat for the purpose to pull this material out for him to be able to harass me, trigger me into trying for me to telecommunications harass him.
And that's what you got charged with, telecommunications harassment. You're right. That's a fact. Last time I checked, Fight for a Family is still a membership level. It's like $15 as a donation to Fight for a Family. That's still one of her membership levels. And also, she puts fightforafamily.com on her, like, as a link on her own channel. And that link goes to exposure of her. Somebody else bought the domain and made an exposure of her, and she keeps that link on her channel. Melissa says, my closing argument recited what the magistrate already deemed what is and what isn't third-party harassment. Exactly.
And Your Honor, this is what proves what she put in motion led to all of this. And this is their plan all along. And I need for some grace to be given, for some leniency here, for me to allow this to be entered in to show.
Her emotions and her tears or her whining here are as authentic as me doing this right now.
What does he specifically say?
Yes.
No, you don't even know what I'm going to say.
I know what you're going to say. It's all circumstantial, Your Honor, but the dates all can coincide with each other to show that they didn't have anything until the detective let him harass me to the point of I'm calling them the detective to say, this man is telling me I'm about to be arrested. Can you please tell me what's going on here? Why is he? I understand that, but because of what she provided him with, he then went on to do all of these things on his Facebook or on his YouTube channel for the purpose to try to trigger me, which they've been trying to do since 2021. They don't let up, Your Honor. They all pass the bill. They all, it's
So, bottom line,
Your face.
you're blaming her because she gave him access.
it's third-party harassment, Your Honor,
I
yes.
understand that. That's what you're claiming.
I'm blaming it on, she was the third-party harasser. When let her be a mod of that chat, she should have been like, what are you doing? She was told. Do you understand? We wanted to get metadata. Within seconds, he was added. If this is a mod chat that had not been registered for a year, okay?
So your point is that once he got
You would have to have communication.
That once he got access, then he had access to the picture that Lisa posted,
Mm-hmm.
and then he made memes of you because he wanted to trigger you to do what?
He was trying to trigger me to write on my YouTube channel about him for them. That's what he did. He took it then to the detective to say, she's online harassing me. And I said to,
If you saw what he said about you, it triggered you to say something about him, and then he was able to.
and then he used that, and that's what I said to the detective.
I had that testimony in. Okay.
Okay, thank you. And then, okay, let me back up. If you want to
I
go,
understand your point.
No, but I'm gonna-
No, I get your point. You think that because she's the one that gave him access, then she.
I'm saying that they had to have private communication before it, Your Honor, because you know how hard it is to have a private chat pop up that you haven't been access to in a year? For you to even see that somebody had been added as an admin, you wouldn't even know that, Your Honor.
Okay, these memes that he was creating, how did you see them?
How did I see them? Because that was the whole part of the beginning. Algorithm, hashtagging Lana Oriani, hashtagging truth and transparency. You have to use fight for a family.
I'm just asking a question.
Oh, yeah,
because
but I think the part that we're missing here is, wouldn't have even known that she became an admin of that chat unless she was told, Your Honor, because that's the only way that you know that.
And believe to talk to her.
100%,
Okay.
100. That's what I'm trying to say is it was on her own accord and she's nodding her head that she made it her own decision to add James and to make it so that, yeah, I can't do it because that's third party harassment. I'm going to be susceptible to that. But if James does it, like, and that is it. That is what I'm going to say with what has happened since then. This is 2023. If this woman wanted nothing to do with me, why is she doing this? Why is she still in the mix of she's an inserter. The girl can't make it on her own. She has to ride people's backs. And she's rode my back to this point and continues to ride my back. She didn't have a YouTube channel before.
Once again, similar claims. Riding my back, built her channel on me. Man, still does, even though it's like provably false. It's provably false, okay?
Now she doesn't have a job anymore because she's made it as a YouTuber because she's rode my back. And I'm just sick and tired of her riding my back for the purposes of humiliating me, trying to mentally distress me. I'm done, Your Honor. I cannot do this. I need her to have no contact with me and with the people that are told not to contact me. To the point that she's allowing others.
See, once again, she's asking for something that's, it's an impossible ask because already she wasn't being contacted. She wasn't being harassed. So Lana's asking you to stop doing something she isn't doing, right? Same, yes, and same with Brittney J. I just wanted to stop. I just wanted to stop. What is it that you want to stop? Nobody's doing anything that's actionable legally. If she really wanted to save face, she would just she would just dismiss this case and take away that claim.
Other people that she thinks that she's a STEM, that she's above the law. She's not above the law. She used my sexuality back in 2021. I gave her grace. I forgave her. I didn't think that she had anything to do with it. Then come to find out.
Always pulling the cards. There she's pulling the LGBTQ card. Always pulling the cards. The hot takes.
Out she was the one.
She was the one.
And this is sick, and I just want it to stop. And you know what? The only thing that makes it stop is when I'm actually in litigation. Then all these scared people like her, they be quiet. And so I want to continue. It's literally till I'm 90, because then they stop. They don't do this. Say that she does not watch me, and that these people don't notify her of my every move. They are monitoring me non-stop.
Okay.
Thank you.
You have to understand, when you have a public YouTube channel, there's not a lot I can do about that, because you can't have it both ways. Say, I don't want people looking at my YouTube channel, but I have it public. There's not a lot I can do about that.
Not for the purposes of harassing me.
I get that.
That's all I want.
But you're saying that you don't even want her watching.
No, she can watch me not to harass me.
Okay.
That's all she wants to breathe me. She wants to use her rainbow dildo that she paid money for with the.
Jesus Christ. See how she just vomits in all this sexual bullshit? It's always that way with her. That's how it always gets to this point with her.
The money that she got off of me to use, awesome. I don't want her impeding in my life.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm
You're
sorry.
asking her from that last time private communication. She's saying that from that account. Miss Oriani,
Sorry.
when's the last time you think you had private communications with her? From anything, from any social media platform, device? Answer me that.
In 2023.
And on what?
In alt accounts, and on her personal YouTube channel. Be writing in alt.
Social. Last time you think you had private communications with her? From anything, from any social media platform, device? Answer me that.
In 2023.
And on what?
I was going to, since Melissa's in here, I was going to stop on that one image I missed of Melissa, because she's, throughout the hearing, she's giving the best faces. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? That wasn't one of them, but and that might have been why Lana was losing it, because Melissa was just sitting there with a look on her face like, you're fucking crazy, lady. You're a fucking crazy lady.
In alt accounts, and on her personal YouTube channel. Be writing. She has a Voltima account. So she has me as one of her, I'm a picture on one of her accounts within her YouTube channel that she makes money off of. And so when people say my name, she says, oh, you mean Baltimore? Isn't that really
Okay. She contacted you.
She contacts me through
No,
YouTube.
that's indirect contact. We're talking about direct contact.
So her point here is that she's claiming that Melissa Jade has an emoji, a Voldemort emoji that refers to Lana, because Voldemort is he who should not be spoken of, or whatever. He who shall not be named, right? But even if that was really true, that's not direct contact. That's not harassment. That's not actionable for a protective order.
Indirect?
Well, listen, I'm not saying legally. I'm not saying that. I think you're asking her, when's the last time you've had direct contact? contact, not the last time you've heard her speak about
And
you.
I said November 29th, 2021.
You were very clear that you were meaning from that
No.
account, so you were implying that maybe you had private messages through other means.
Well,
That's what I'm
100%.
asking you to clarify.
Yes, I believe that she has alt accounts, Your Honor.
Okay.
So I believe that she has contacted me through alt accounts, Your Honor. And I'm saying that on her, she asked what account. I said November 29th, she came into my chat and she spoke directly to me on November 29th, 2021, which I presented here today. All I know is that I am here because Miss inserts herself in third-party harassment.
You've already kind of testified to this. You believe she has old accounts.
Correct.
And okay. But you can't say for sure. You can't say on this date, this came from this account.
So you're asking about submitted evidence to the line? This is improper questioning. I'm sorry, but
She's just asking.
I'm saying you want me to bring out my exhibits?
Hold on, let me talk, please. Nobody interrupt me. She's asking you, you keep alluding to the fact that you believe that she's still contacting you through alt accounts. She's asking you, have you submitted proof of that today? Is that what you're asking?
I don't know what alt accounts you have. I'm simply saying that I can prove that what you did to me in 2021, okay, is that if you wanted nothing to do with me, then why are you still interacting with people and yourself to try to come for me and my livelihood in 2023?
We're gonna beat a dead horse. Let's move on.
I was wondering what that was, Melissa. She says, dude, a mint flew out of my mouth at one point. So embarrassing. And of course, the camera caught that moment. I noticed that as I was editing this. What just flew out of her mouth?
Next question, please. Don't
Okay.
argue back and forth.
I'm just
please. We're never
answering.
gonna get through this. I'm talking to both of you, okay?
Absolutely. I've done it a million times. Absolutely. I've tagged you probably 10 times, Melissa Jade, because I needed to tell the world that you lied about me about being a sexual predator in 2021. So you're absolutely right. I made it known that you are a liar. I used my First Amendment rights to stress that you're a liar. I am proud of speaking the truth on my First Amendment.
Okay.
I have 100% did within my rights to hashtag and tag you, not to harass you, but to let my algorithm, as you tried to take over, I tried to clean my algorithm. Miss Absolutely correct.
You've already testified. She's asking questions.
I thought she was asking me questions.
You're admitting that you displayed the.
Absolutely, 100%.
Okay. She admits she did that. Next question.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. Next question. Could you please just let her answer? We're never going to get
You're
through
asking
this.
me a question, Your Honor. Honestly, Your Honor, I don't have this in front of me, but I will tell you 100%, in the months of November and December, I was providing receipts to show that me a first sex panel. 100%. You just talked about me at a drunk turkey show, who I just talked about there.
Stop!
She's asking me, I'm answering.
No, you both are just now arguing back and forth. Listen to me. You both need to stop talking over each other. I can't do this much longer.
I understand that. I'm just answering.
Sorry.
You do not have.
This fucking judge, man. I know. And that's the thing. You were in a chat saying, oh my fucking God, in a private group chat with Lala, who had a restraining order against her, but that's still not actionable for a protection order. That's not third party harassment. That's my whole point here. But this is one of my favorite parts of the hearing. I can't take this anymore.
Yes, that you're a liar. I am proud of speaking the truth on my First Amendment.
Okay.
I have 100% did within my rights to hashtag and tag you, not to harass you, but to let my algorithm, as you tried to take over, I tried to clean my algorithm. Miss Absolutely correct.
You've already testified. She's asking questions.
I thought she was asking me questions.
You're admitting that you displayed the.
Absolutely, 100%.
Okay. She admits she did that. Next question.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. Next question. Could you please just let her answer whenever you get
You're
to
asking me a question, Your Honor. Honestly, Your Honor, I don't have this in front of me, but I will tell you 100%, in the months of November and December, I was providing receipts to show that set me up for a sex panel. 100%. You just talked about me at a drunk turkey show, who I just talked to out there.
Stop!
She's asking me, I'm answering.
No, you both are just now arguing back and forth. Listen to me. You both need to stop talking over each other.
So Lana by far was doing the most cross-talking, the most interrupting, the most, verbal abuse, the most outbursts, all of that. But the judge had to say it to both of them, I think, because she was pandering to Lana. She didn't want Lana to think that she was the only one getting reprimanded. But this outburst from the judge happened immediately after Lana hella interrupted her and raised her voice and all kinds of stuff. So it was a direct reaction to Lana, but then she had to make it into a both sides thing, which was bullshit, honestly.
I can't do this much longer.
I understand that. I'm just answering. What you do not have the freedom to do is impede on my mental stability and on my life with my minor child, which you have a pattern of doing through yourself and other people. You've used other platforms, you use other people, and you've recently used somebody that I currently have, and my son, who's a minor child, has a protection order against, to infiltrate my life and to humiliate and harass me. That you do not have a right. Talk about me 24/7, like I probably know you want to, but do not attack myself or my minor child. I wasn't testifying to the fact of you contacting me. I'm testifying to the videos that you're putting out. You are trying to mess with my livelihood to change an algorithm when somebody types in Lana Oriani, that they see the bullshit that you put out.
And what she's asking you is then when you...
I imagine, Wolfie, like I was saying earlier, if this was me or my friend, my close friend, somebody that I mod for or that I'm friends with, I would feel absolutely sick watching this. Absolutely sick. It makes me feel sick to hear people just lie about me. And, for somebody to sit here and do this in a courtroom, you do eventually grow a thicker skin over this type of stuff, but it's hard. It's really hard. So I don't blame anybody who doesn't want to watch anymore, because it really is triggering. And it's a beautiful Saturday in the fall.
Or hashtagging her, are you not doing the same thing to her? That's
what I'm doing is I'm responding and showing the truth. I'm defending myself against you calling me a sexual predator in 2021, saying that I had 17 victims.
Stop talking over each other.
You were tagged? Is that what you're trying to say? Because you weren't.
Emails.
You were not tagged in anything that I do, Idaho. I can promise you that, because I am Idaho 4. I can promise you that you're not tagged in anything that I do, Idaho 4. That's why I have to
hear that.
Emails.
You were not tagged in anything that I do, Idaho. I can promise you that, because I am Idaho 4.
This fucking bitch is Idaho 4, as if that's something to claim that you are. 4 absolutely slaughtered victims, and she still defends their fucking guilty murderer. Okay? Yes, I am Idaho 4. Yes. Fucking disgusting. That is the quintessential tragedy pimp. It's my case to just smear all over the internet for my personal gain. Fuck her.
I can promise you that you're not tagged in anything that I do, Idaho 4. That's why I have 44,000 and you have 9. I can contact people not to disrupt their lives.
I understand
and I'm trying to answer that. That's why I'm saying I'm admitting to the things that I've done. I'm over here admitting and saying, absolutely.
So you just want to talk over everybody.
I'm trying to move on.
You don't have to like her questioning. I'm not asking you to like her questioning, but that's a fair
Then I'll just say, I don't recall. I'm saying no.
I already said let her finish the.
So the reason this section is a little, oh, she was tagged many, many, many times, Wolfie, and Lana goes on to admit that. But the reason this section is a little more choppy is because this is when Melissa's cross-examining Lana, and Lana can't answer a question to save her fucking life. Yep, that's right. I remember that vividly, Melissa Jade, because she did the exact same to me. She made an Idaho 4 stream and then just used it to fucking trash me and lie, like, and verbally abuse me for 5 hours or something like that. I don't know, but she does that all the time. She'll pull everybody in on a true crime case, and then she'll go and slaughter another creator or another person or a subscriber or something.
Question. If you just want to argue with me,
I'm asking.
I'm going to cut this off. I gave you an explanation. I don't have to. I'm letting her question you. Every time she asks a question, you just balk. You don't want to answer, and that's why we're going to be here till 10 o'clock tonight. Okay? These are relevant questions to either your case or her defense.
Thank you.
So next.
I would like to sidebar here. Is this improper or proper to question what I motioned to the courts? That is nothing that can be talked about. A sidebar. Yes.
I heard you asked her today.
Yes, 100.
She's going to admit that other people lied to her, so that you would have.
Yeah, so that she didn't have to continue on the facade. Yes. I don't think that you're going to come and kick my ass. I think you. Yes.
I heard you asked her today.
Yes, 100.
She's going to admit that other people lied to her, so that you would have.
Yeah, so that she didn't have.
Check out the upcoming eye roll from the judge. I cropped it. I cropped it closely because it's so fucking funny.
I can continue on the facade. Yes. I don't think that you're going to come and kick my ass. I think that you have the capability to be a conniving bitch and attack people through your relationships that you develop through your sexual innuendos in the private DMs to come at me. 100%. You are scary. Yes. That's your MO. You're a snake.
So
you do the dirty work. You're on our sidebar.
Okay, listen. What you have?
Since she brought this in,
sidebars, there's no jury here.
Okay, well, that's
so
me.
You do a sidebar to keep a jury from hearing things, but there's no jury here. So
okay, then
if you have an objection, make an objection.
Yeah, I would like to object to that. As what's the relevance?
And I want to remind you, so there are 3 different times she tried to go, pull the sidebar action, right? But she spent the 3 years before this portraying herself as a legal prodigy, okay? That she knows everything about the court and court cases and blah, 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 blah. And then she doesn't even know what a fucking sidebar is for. She proves that she's never really watched a trial all the way through, or several trials all the way through, to understand what sidebars are actually for. She is so ridiculous.
Seeing that.
Well, I'm going to overrule because
perfect. Thank you.
Listen, you brought him up plenty. Don't know.
And I would not like to speak on anything that has to do with that.
Please talk.
Yep.
Thank you.
It's so nice to see you too, Sharon. I loved seeing you come into chat earlier. I just was playing something, didn't say hi. Hello there.
Are you going to let me talk now? Or are you going to interrupt me?
You can speak. Absolutely.
I appreciate that. Thanks for your permission.
This is your courtroom. Keep laughing.
Look at her.
Your muscle cleaning up your mess. Go ahead.
Please quit talking over me. I don't understand how I can make that any more clear. I don't understand why you think you have the right. If I say 3 words, you can just cut me off and interrupt me.
Absolutely, I'm using my chin publicly post. Oh, I thought that was a question.
She didn't finish her
Oh,
question.
I'm sorry. I thought
She did not.
I was just
still
trying
speaking.
to admit. I was trying to admit to that.
I know, I get that, but just let her please finish the question.
Okay, I'm sorry. That's the
So-
purpose, absolutely. Truth and transparency. I'm very transparent. I have nothing to
Okay.
hide. You guys came for me, so then I snap back on.
That's another thing, another similarity here. Brittney and Truth and Transparency here call themselves transparent while being the least transparent people. They are transparent in ways that they don't intend to be transparent. They are transparently scammy. They're transparently abusive. They're transparently baiting people into doing things that they can turn into victim content for themselves. Blah, 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 blah. So, yeah.
January 25th to say what's longer, Lala's rap sheet or your cleavage? Absolutely. I'm only clearing my name from the stuff that you've done to me, Miss. We'll see what the courts say, if there's evidence of it. Why would a straight woman send somebody who is a bisexual woman?
Pulling the LGBTQ card again. Another hot topic. Lala, in a nutshell, Brittney J sued a bunch of people for RICO and racketeering. Her and some other co-plaintiffs sued people for RICO and racketeering. Remember when Lana accused all of us of RICO? Okay. Brittney actually joined a case with Dog the Bounty Hunter and Seth Rogers. So she did that. They lost that. And now Brittney is going after individuals. Cletus and Clue from Cluminati channel. She sent a cease and desist to Queen Bee and Granny, and now she has sent protective order requests for Cletus and Clue, and they're due in court on October 2nd, which is Monday. No, I'm sorry, not October 2nd. They're due in court for their hearing on Monday. And something that's very important to point out is that Brittney J asked for protection orders ex parte from the court, and they denied it. So that's why they have to go into this hearing and prove it. And that's similar to this case. Lana filed for these protection orders. They denied it until a hearing. There was no temporary protection order. It was denied until there is a hearing where these claims can be proven, and Lana never proved her case, just like Brittney will never prove her case because there's no direct contact. So it's all a fucking, it's a content lawyer lawfare scam. We're running through the same cycle, and that's why I keep saying we repeat what we don't repair. This is something that needs to be repaired in this community if we're gonna be respectful of other people's rights here.
Nudes within 24 hours because they want to talk about true crime.
Let her finish the question. You've been jumping in and answering, okay? You have been.
Okay.
I apologize for interrupting, but you did it to just me again when you said you weren't going to. Okay, so you can't act all incredulous that you're being accused of interrupting people when you just did it.
I wanted it out of his mouth that you guys were dating during the time that you were taking.
As you can see, she's constantly running through this abuse cycle with the judge. I'm not going to do it anymore. You're doing it again. I'm sorry. I'm not going to do it anymore. You're doing it again. I'm not going to do it anymore. You're doing it again. So it just makes you wonder, what also can she not control outside of the court?
Nudes and showing it to me like I could have it all. During 10 days while you were with him, I wanted to know if that was accurate. I have no idea. I don't have it in front of me.
Okay, those were provided to you earlier, back when she submitted in the court. I know those were emailed to you.
If it's on my channel, absolutely, I've put it up there. I have no idea. All I know is that you're speaking of a time frame when you were actively harassing me, and I am answering those harassing posts. I am defending myself against your harassment, Miss. 163 pages of you conspiring with two
Specific specifically asking you about posts, not the messages.
Yeah, they were posting. They're showing. They're posting. She's sharing every message that's happening. She says, "Give me the link so I can share it." Sorry that I didn't provide the screenshots of it. It's right there in proof. You know what? I can go skipping through her channel. They're there. You started all of this, and I am defending myself. I have no idea where I got that photo. Probably. He liked to send out photos about women. I have to go back and look through my stuff. James sent photos about people. He liked to dig up information about people. It's probably from James Angelo. Is that when you were addicted to drugs? Is that the picture? Because that.
See, and the magistrate should have stopped those sidebar comments that make no, I mean, she should have stopped this hours and hours and hours ago. But she lets her keep saying shit like that. Was that when you were on drugs? What does that matter? And it just goes to show her the way that she her mindset is. I'm not going to listen. I'm not going to come here in order to come to an agreement. I'm going to come here to berate and harass and humiliate and insult and basically slut shame you for, sending me nudes. Right?
That's when that was given to me. Somebody said that you were strung out. That's probably what that picture's about. I don't know. Took it and did what? For what purpose did I do that? To show who you are? To show who you are? Show who you are, that you prey on people?
All right, enough. This is getting out of control. I don't understand, since both of you do true crime and you follow court, how either of you think this is proper.
I don't think it's
and that I'm supposed to follow along and take this all in, because I've already admonished both of you multiple times to quit talking over each other, to not argue. And it's like I'm talking to a brick wall. It's not productive. It's not helping either of you. Because I'm not giving you this courtroom to just argue back and forth and air your grievances. If you want to be heard and you want the court to decide this case on the merits, then you have to follow the court process. And the court process is not, let's just argue back and forth. And as soon as somebody says something you don't believe is true, then you're just going to argue and talk over them, because that's what both of you are doing.
It was, but Lana was the instigator every single time. Every single time. Because Melissa couldn't get a question out before Lana interrupted her with an insult. So Lana was the instigator in all of this. And yeah, check out all of the Post-its in front of Lana's girlfriend there. Now, we are about an hour through the 2-hour compilation of clips. Most of the rest of it, not all of it, but most of the rest of it is the same, including a lot. I left in all of the judge's reprimands, because even though the judge lost control of her court, when she gave her reprimands, she gave instructive information about how things should happen in court. And I think that's instructive for future viewers. Anybody who's thinking of doing this, anybody who has to defend themselves from it. So this clip compilation is available in members only, but I'm going to make it public so that you guys can watch the rest of it and see how it plays out without mostly the judge berating her, but yes, I can play the rest of it. Yes, absolutely. I wasn't sure how much you all wanted to stick around. Put one in the chat if you want me to keep playing it, or if you'd rather watch it the rest on your own. I'm good either way. If you would, do you want me to keep going, keep playing it through to the end? All right. I'm just okay. All right, I'll keep playing. Let's keep going.
And I don't want to waste the court's time.
It is fun to watch her get berated by somebody who actually has a little bit of authority, even though she doesn't exercise her authority in the right ways.
I don't want to waste your time, Your Honor. You're absolutely right. That's exactly what we're doing. And that's exactly what's been going on since 2020.
You see how she turned that around? You see how that's like Darvo 101, although she didn't deny. But she's like, you're right. One more time, the abuse cycle. Yes, you're right. I won't do it again. Guess what? She does it again and again and again and again. Okay.
One is people acting like little kids and people thinking that they can do this to other people.
But she turns that reprimand around into her victimhood. Yes, you're right, Judge. It's out of hand. And guess what? This is what I've been through. You're actually getting a taste of what I've been through all these years. Hi, Sasha. Good to see you. Hi, and thank you everybody for being here and also for being respectful. You know, before Melissa came in and outed herself, people were really respectful about not using her name, and I very much appreciate that. I really love my viewers in my chat.
You're 100% right. So I'm not going to sit here and say that you're wrong because you're right. And it's just so frustrating for me, at least I want to speak on that, is that this is my livelihood. Nobody's talking about her life. Nobody's talking about her kid. Nobody's trying to interfere in her life. She doesn't like the fact that I make a post.
This is the problem though, Ms. Oriani, is that I'm trying to give you the opportunity to prove why you need a protection order, but again, you're letting it devolve into just, let's just argue back and forth and hash out all our grievances, and neither of you are going to be able to get the other person to admit to things that you want. That's rarely happens in court, and so as soon as you don't like somebody's answer, then you're going to just talk over them.
You see, that's instructive because I think a lot of people think that in court, people go away knowing exactly what was the truth and exactly what wasn't. And, you know, somehow we're used to these TV shows where the lawyer is able to get it over on the witness or the defendant or whatever. And that is just not how it works. Most of the time, the person who's accused isn't going to admit what they did in court. A lot of people lie in court, and a lot of people walk away with both parties feeling shafted. I mean, just look at what happened with Kohberger. Nobody's happy. Of course, obviously, there was a brutal murder that preceded it. But what I'm saying is the outcome, nobody was happy with. Nobody.
Bicker back and forth. And what I'm saying is that that's just not how the court works. That's not how I gather evidence and take testimony from listening to two people argue back and forth for hours. Because you say that it's about your life in the court case, but yet you want to engage in that back and forth too. And that's not what this is for. This is not to provide a forum to bring people in and put them on.
Thank you so very much, Judy Jetson. I really appreciate the super chat.
A hot seat so you can just get all your questions and answers that you want.
May I speak on that?
No, it's after 5 o'clock.
I love that. Can I speak?
It's just not, we're not getting anywhere because I've admonished everybody multiple times, and I know it's going to 10 minutes later, it's going to be the same thing as soon as somebody doesn't like what they hear or. So
I was just going to suggest that we both not ever communicate with each other, and that we're not that we both give us both protection orders.
So at this point, by the way, Sharon, thank you, my lovely, for the super chat. Thank you, the super chatters and the new members, for becoming a part of a team that breaks those chains. So this is where, insanely insulting. Absolutely. So this is where at the end of the first day, Lana knows she totally lost. She's panicking. And Betty tried to do this too. She tries to Betty did eventually come to the table because after her deposition, right? Because she knows she lost. Lana knew she was losing. Okay. So then she tries to offer a deal. to Vanessa. You stop talking to me, stop lying about me, I'll stop lying about you. As if that was something that was ongoing, that was happening, but wasn't. None of that activity was happening. So, Lana is showing her cards here that she knows she's losing and tries to get her and tries to get into some sort of agreement with her because she didn't want the outcome of this. She didn't want to lose, and she knew she was losing.
You stay away from me, no third-party contact, no doing anything to me, and I will do the same to you. How about that? Can you agree to that?
But I'm telling both of you, I'm not going to do this the next court date. As soon as people interrupt, I'm just going to cut it off, and we're going to be done.
Again, I want to apologize, and I'm going to do everything I can, Your Honor, the next time we're here, not to interrupt you and waste your time. So I want to apologize.
Like I said, you cross-examined her extensively. You can ask her additional questions based on her, any direct she gives. You understand? I don't want to revisit issues that have already been asked. I'm talking to both of you, okay?
I'm still extending the opportunity for us to just not even have this. I don't want this for somebody that truly was put in a position that maybe they did not find themselves being told the truth to. I don't want that for anybody. So if you feel in any way, shape, or form that did not happen, please make that known so that we don't have to waste Magistrate Griffin's time, the court's time.
Too late.
If there's a way that we can possibly make this so that it is not an issue moving forward, I am willing to try to make that happen. Please understand that.
What do you mean by not contacting?
Not contacting third parties to be effectively
And that's the issue,
harassing.
is because...
Yeah, because she's engaged in it, and I just don't want that.
All right, we are back on the record on case number 23 CV 4943. I didn't do a very good job of keeping things orderly.
So here's where the magistrate, they start the next day, and she's like, I didn't do a very good job keeping things orderly. I'm going to do a better job. And they all say, yeah, we're going to do a better job today. And then immediately Lana starts on her bullshit.
And civil, part of it is because, there's no jury here that's doing the fact finding. I'm trying to get all the facts and evidence. I don't know your history. You guys know everything you're talking about when you're throwing out names, those kinds of things. You know what you're talking about. I don't. I'm trying to keep up. I'm trying to make sure I understand what's going on. I'm trying to get the evidence I need to make a decision. It's hard to do all of that and at the same time admonish people, regulate the proceedings. It's a lot for me. And sometimes when, the other thing too is because of nature of protection order proceedings, sometimes, parties' demeanors, how they interact with each other is relevant to the court in making a decision. And so sometimes.
So you just heard her say that the demeanor of people's behavior, people's demeanor in the courtroom and how they interact with each other is relevant. And as we can see, Lana's demeanor and behavior was outrageous. She was intentionally verbally abusive. She interrupted. She fake cried, blah, 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 blah.
Those kinds of things in protection order proceedings, we do kind of let those kinds of things go on because it is actually relevant evidence, helpful for the court to have an understanding as to what's going on between the parties who are here. It's very important that we don't talk over each other. We're not here to argue back and forth, okay? So I'm asking everybody not to do that, and hopefully that won't happen. And again, I take ownership too. She's asking you, so your testimony is that all those communications with these names that you've mentioned, it was all for the purpose of instigating them to then contact you. That's what she's asking, not that they may have been talking about you, was her purpose to have them then reach out to you. That's what she's asking you.
Well, yeah, and then she goes on these live platform channels to then make contact with the world, like it's a public broadcast, for the purpose to humiliate, incite hate, have other people contact me. But the thing is that I did submit, or my testimony was that these forms of contact with these other people were for the purposes to push the agenda, which was to gang up on myself in live broadcasts and to incite people to go and file police reports, to contact the Attorney General, come for my nonprofit, come for my relationship with my minor child.
Okay, so you guys are gonna have to agree to disagree, because I understand your point.
Yeah, I supplied, that's the evidence that talks about contact. She contacted.
Her point she's making is that nowhere does she say, I'm gonna add you so you can now contact Ms. Oriani. That's, and it's true, it doesn't say that. You're saying the circumstantial evidence shows that that was the intent behind it. That's what you're pointing to, and you're saying it's more of a circumstantial.
Yeah, this is a civil case, and I'm going with the preponderance of the evidence. I'm actually answering your questions, unlike you did for me when you said I don't.
But you see, for there to be a preponderance of the evidence, there has to be evidence. You can't just go into a courtroom and list off a bunch of labels: harassing me, stalking me, surveilling me, menacing me, blah, 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 without showing where that's happening and how. With proof. That's not going to work in court. So, and Brittney had her chance with the RICO filing to prove her case against Granny and others. Mostly she was going after Granny. Her only claims were against Granny, and she never showed proof. There was no proof in the RICO case. So I don't understand how she thinks she's going to prevail getting a protection order against people that never contact her, only talk about her on the internet.
Okay, let's not engage in adding extra arguments. She was subject to extensive cross-examination.
Off that chat, I wrote the words hi so it would infiltrate my iCloud so that I could print off, which I have here today just to prove it was a group chat between me.
Hi, Hillbilly Belinda. So this is Lana from Truth and Transparency, who did the same shit that Brittney is doing now, but in a different vibe, different energy, but the same thing. Okay. She accused a bunch of people of RICO. She never sued for RICO, but she accused a bunch of people of RICO, but then she sued people on YouTube 19 different times. And this is her last PPO hearing against Melissa Jade here in chat. And Lana legitimately victimizes people, but claimed to be the victim. That's what's happening. Okay. And what I'm showing here is that there are many, many parallels to what Lana did and what Brittney is doing now. And in fact, Lana shares a mod with, Brittney shares a mod with Lana and several friends. And so it's not beyond all realm of imagination to think that she's just repeating this and trying to get content out of this, knowing that she doesn't have a court case, because this woman made many of the exact same claims as Brittney is making now. They're stalking me, they're harassing me, they're writing off my blah, 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 but she lost. But Lana, in this case, had a stronger case, but she still lost because it wasn't the claims she was making weren't true. But there was a lot more personal contact between Lana and Melissa and Lana and the other people that she sued, but she still could never prove that they actually harassed her to the point of needing protection. She only got one protection order. That one person she got the protection order against is in the chat. And one of the reasons she was able to successfully get the protection order against her is because Lana was able to get one of her ex-friends on the witness stand to basically lie. And so that's who this lady is. And for anybody else who's watching in the bushes and doesn't know, but is entertained by Lana's bullshit.
Natasha Cooper, and it was actually, I was added to this chat so that I could see what had transpired. I had to I wrote the words hi, and then I printed, and I will supply that if you want to see that now. It was going to be on when I redirected. Here is that Melissa, Natasha.
I agree with you, Liza. And that's one of my points here, is that it wasn't really until Lana stopped doing all this bullshit that her channel blew up and became successful. It was starting to become successful at this point with Idaho 4, which is why she, boldly claimed, I am Idaho 4. But all this lawfare got her really nowhere reputationally, and it didn't help. It may have helped her channel, but in the long run, she ended up getting alienated from the entire community, ousted, what's the word I'm looking for? Exiled from the community because of this bullshit. And Brittney's going down the same path, but Brittney doesn't even have a 2% of Lana's charisma or ability to spin a tale. She doesn't. I mean, Lana is far more entertaining and engaging in a really disgusting and corrupt way, but she is. She just is. I mean, Lana doesn't fall asleep on her streams at night after night after night. So, yeah, temperament and behavior-wise, Lana is much more like Betty. And also, Betty went through... Last week, I showed Betty's a portion of Betty's deposition transcript where she lost. Same type of thing.
That back for my. That's the group that you're talking about. That's the chat, and it was for me to be able to print off those for today. What's the question?
She's asking you, isn't it true?
And no, that's not true. The answer is no, that's not true. There's actually multiple open three-way chats. This was to specifically get what I needed out of this, which was to show the titles of, I just answered that from my iPhone to use my printer. I had to initiate it so that it registered it.
So listen, you're telling me that you can't just pull up a group chat and print it off? You have to put a new message in?
If you have your stuff stored to iCloud, yes.
Okay, all right, that's her testimony.
And all the word was, I accidentally hit the thumbs up button, but I hit hi before that.
Let's just keep going with this. We're never going to get through this.
On your, what is it? Your channel / you'll go on other people's channels to talk. You have gone on talk. No. You have to pay to make fun of Miss Oriani, and they allow it. So no, you're not just going to say Miss Oriani's name. You're going to pay to make fun of her here.
That's significant evidence. So yes. Why would you say that? Because
I believe
it's your burden of proof. You don't wait to see what she says and then just try to use.
Do you hear that, Brittney or Brittney supporters? It's your burden of proof. You are the one that's supposed to come with the proof. You don't come with the proof, you lose. And you look like a total ass, and that you're exploiting the courts.
Evidence to substantiate your claims and just save it for impeachment or redirect. That's what she's asking you. Why wouldn't you have brought that out on direct? That's what she's asking.
And I'm saying that out of all the material that I have, Your Honor, I forgot, there's things that I forgot. So I was trying to make it a point that that's what I was doing yesterday and the day before, when I went ahead and I listened to the whole.
So what she's admitting here is that there are key elements of her case that she just completely forgot. And what this causes is for her to call Melissa J to the stand again for redirect because she didn't get in her evidence on the first run at Melissa. And that's one of the reasons this took so long, is because she started out with a cross-examination of Melissa rather than testimony. and then forgot half of her case. And so another favorite part of this hearing for me is what the judge is about to say here.
I contacted the courts to get the audio, which you're allowed to do, so I could go through everything so I could see what I missed. And that's what I did. I contacted James Thompson, and I was able to download my stuff, worked on it. That's why I had to say hi.
I'm going to answer your question, Tracy Dale. She was so Lana was ended up being prosecuted criminally and pled guilty, but it was a different YouTuber. It wasn't Melissa. It was a different YouTuber. And she just got off of probation for that charge, for that guilty plea earlier this year in April.
That chat to be able to print stuff off late last night for the purposes of today. There are things that this happens every day. So of course there are things that I forgot. And here, oh wait, this Baltimore thing. She has 2 channels. She has memberships, and you pay to make fun of Lana.
Listen, I gave you a chance on direct. We have very limited time here today. So on redirect, you're going to have limited time too. Do you understand that?
Absolutely, Your Honor.
So your response to her is that there are other things that she's done to prove that would support your claims, but you just forgot to bring them up. That's her response. Okay.
Here, send me the link to this so I can go to that live chat. So throughout here, right here, I screen recorded the whole live. Here's the Google Drive. So then you go into that, and then it's the link to go to the live so that you can talk shit about me.
Answer a question. No, you can't answer the way.
Yes, I have. I have provided
Listen,
evidence.
Stop. Everybody stop. Just listen to the question. This is how the court process works, Ms. Oriani. You don't have to like it, but I know that you don't like some of her questions because you want to answer it differently. You have to answer her question. That's
okay, what was the question?
You don't get to just go off on your own tangent, okay?
Can you repeat the question, please? Say you didn't know it.
Talk over each other.
I'm answering. I'm reading the evidence. All of these lives were deleted, Your Honor. So when I get to redirect myself, I will be speaking on that. And then I have stuff to submit to show that.
Wait, hold on. Let's be fair here. This is your case. You have the burden of proof. You cannot act like you are being inconvenienced.
I'm not.
By trying to show your proof, but you kind of are.
I'm asking to go ahead so I can.
One of the things that's so crazy about this Hillbilly Belinda is that this judge just had absolutely no control of her courtroom whatsoever. None. And so that's one of the things that makes it so crazy to watch, is for a judge to be rolled over by a litigant in the courtroom with her fucking mouth, man.
Look at the exhibits here on page 24. Here's another one.
Okay, when you point to something, let her ask some follow-up questions before you go to the next one, okay? You can't, all you're doing is doing things. She's trying to ask you follow-up questions. You're under cross-examination right now, okay? I'm trying to follow this. Some of the questions she's asking are helpful to me to understand how this proves your case, because you're just right now just reading things.
Okay.
And she's trying to clarify, okay, so what she's doing is actually very helpful for me.
Okay. Yes, I didn't realize that this got cut off, so I do need to submit those pages because that most certainly is there.
I'm going to ask again.
Yes, the whole chat is about passing links.
Ms. Oriani, I'm going to ask again that when anybody's speaking, that everybody waits till the person's done speaking before they start talking, because your record is not good right now, because everybody's just talking over each other. And then when I try to interview.
And see right here, I'm showing that it didn't take very long for, after her, beginning of the day speech about, okay, everybody's gonna be great now. Lana kept doing it. She kept doing it. She kept interrupting. She kept lobbing insults, berating the judge, all that bullshit. The abuse cycle.
To correct it, then I just get talked over. We already went through this. I've had apologies for this.
I want to answer this because it's really important. And I believe that the courts got it wrong in Denver when they did this. That is the way that Vanessa testified to was that it was a
No,
private
we're not
message.
gonna talk about this.
That's where that precedent is.
Okay, I understand what both of you are saying. Okay, we don't need to keep
Yes.
digging at each other. I don't want to argue about this anymore. She's asking you, have you submitted anything where she has directly contacted you from her channel recently? And your responses would be, you think that everything you're pointing to presents circumstantial evidence. I got it.
No, that's not it. She also deleted everything from her channel.
Okay, and that's your testimony too, that
Thank you.
would have had evidence, but you think she deleted things that would have shown direct contact. Okay, from her channel. I got it. We're beating a dead horse at this point.
I'm answering her questions.
And I'm saying we're beating a dead horse. Let's move on. Do you have another line of questioning?
If you felt some type of way about that, which we're going to get to that, then you should have gone about it the way that you needed to go about it. But you instead let James threaten me to say that he's going to pick you up in his truck, throw you in the back of the truck and drive here.
All right, that's non-responsive. Next question.
Your little boyfriend, James, came to Ohio in September of 2022. I filed against you.
Listen, it's a yes or no question. She's
The answer is no.
Answer's no.
Why you keep testifying and saying, asking me questions about why have you not seen anything on my channel? Because you have an online muscle that does it for you. That's why you don't have anything on your channel. Because you are a
She's about to say, you are a weak woman. Okay. She's about, and I'm going to play it, but do you see here? This is the demeanor that is being observed by the judge. The way that Lana is so fucking aggressive, so constantly confrontational, very, very disrespectful to everybody in the room. Absolutely the height of disrespect.
weak woman. And I'm here to testify because you have an online muscle that does it for you. That's why you don't have anything on your channel. Because you are a weak woman.
She reminds me of Hong and how he's like, you're going to have so many court cases, you're not even going to do nothing of them. Right, exactly. While claiming to be fearful of her. While claiming to be fearful of Melissa, she's like, you are a weak woman. You blah, blah, blah.
Woman. And I'm here to tell my channel because you have an online muscle that does it for you. That's why you don't have anything on your channel. Because you are a weak woman. And I'm here to testify to what you do and pretend to be a victim every day of your life while thinking the world is flat. I'm showing how you are calling the shots. You are providing the material for him to go out and do what he's been doing to me. Just like he contacted the courts because you went running to him after this proceeding on Tuesday to go fix your problems that you think you have. And are you recording this right now? Because how would James?
Are you watching Boo Thang back there in the back, just expressive, like doing an interpretive body dance of all of Lana's emotions? Yeah, Judge. Yeah, Melissa's a weak woman. Blah, 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 blah.
Know anything that took place in this courtroom?
You're asking any questions right now.
You're right. What I do on my channel is
So answer the question.
Objection.
I'm going to answer it.
Allegedly innocent. That is, let's back it up a little bit. That's Bella Lugosi. It's Lana's girlfriend. I don't know if they're still together, but she did write about her in a post recently about retaining Bella Lugosi. But Bella has been an avid supporter of Lana for a long time. Bella used to be one of Zav Girl's made mods and co-hosts on Zav Girl's channel. And then Zav Girl had that big controversy about showing that poor child. Oh, got Stauk. I'm forgetting his first name. I'm so sorry, you guys. The kid who's autopsy that she showed. Gannon, thank you. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, you guys. Gannon Stout. So Zav Girl sold unredacted autopsy photos of Gannon Stout in her Patreon, and after that, Bella left. But I don't know any of the ins and outs of why she left. But it was right after that. So
You're right. What I do on my channel is
So answer the question.
Objection.
I'm going to answer it.
No.
Is a mock trial about you has to do with the sex panel and setting me up every step of the way.
Yes, you have done.
Objection.
I've done a mock trial of Miss Deposed. It's a deposition, Miss. You can Google what that means. Mock trial is just that. I was showcasing what you have done to me through the sex scandal you set up with James. Or not, she wasn't involved yet. And the ringleader of it all is Vanessa. Plausible deniability. Because she's too incapable of making acceptable content as a creator. My own lawyer, as I am here today, on my channel, I run my channel, I don't know how, objection relevancy. I just can't even believe.
Okay, listen, it's not that difficult of a question. If it's a mock trial, then I'm presuming that somebody is playing the role of
Multiple
attorney,
people.
So just say yes.
Yes, I said that.
No, you didn't. You want to go off and be
Okay.
sarcastic and just answer the question. I mean,
The question-
You know what? We're going to have 10 days of hearing at this point.
The answer is yes, I have mock trials on my channel. The answer is yes, I've had a mock trial about you on my
The
channel.
question was, have you sometimes played the role of a lawyer in the mock trial? Yes or no?
Yes.
Thank you. Listen, why don't you let her ask the question before you start talking, or you would have heard it. I can't tell you any further.
Again, I'm going to object to relevancy.
It's relevant, overruled.
Okay.
What she's asking you, the exhibits that we have today, exhibits 1 and 2, when you flip through, there are just random things highlighted. What she's asking you is, are they highlighted because it was for purposes of some other proceeding case?
And I answered
Mock trial?
no.
No? So they're highlighted because they're relevant for this case?
If these were highlighted and I did the highlighting, which it's my work, these are probably in different colors. I color coordinate my stuff. Okay, so if I would highlight something on page 89 where it says, at Andrea Powers, are you trying to get in touch with DTOS? That would probably be in a different highlight because it has to do with, let's say, right there, it says, I don't know, I don't have these in color. I don't know, but I can tell you that why I highlight things, it's for my own brain and how I learn. It has nothing to do with, that's what I'm saying, objection to relevance. I don't know where this is going. I don't know what she's talking about on my channel because she has not shown that. You just asked me, so I'm answering your question as to why some things are highlighted.
You can show it if you'd
There's
like.
different reasons that things would be highlighted. I want you to stop getting third parties to come at me.
Stop. Ask another question, please. Because if you two, I'm going to say this. I don't know what else to do at this point. If you two want to start arguing, what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave, and you two can just argue back and forth, because that's what it seems that's what you want to accomplish.
She's like a mother of children and saying, go in the other room and fight. She is just, she was so in over her head with, much more experienced and competent judges would never allow Lana to go on like this, ever. She would have been in contempt long ago.
So you don't need me for that, but I'll let you have the room. I'll let you have the forum. If that's what you want, if you just want to hash it out and argue back and forth, I'm not staying. I've asked time and time again, quit arguing back and forth. Don't interrupt each other. I'm not going to ask again. If it happens again, then I'm going to be done for today, and we'll try again another day. And if it happens again, then I can't get the information I need in, because this isn't the way to do it. And I think I've said that. So if you want me to stay and finish up these proceedings, you're going to respect the court process. Understood, Ms. Oriani?
Yes, Your Honor.
Understood, Ms. No more getting in digs and arguments and your legal points. That's not.
Let me ask, put a 1 in chat if you think it keeps going even after this long speech. Put a 1 in chat if you believe that this talk didn't help whatsoever.
Not proper. Miss, ask a question. Miss Oriani, you're going to let her finish her question, listen to what the question is, and only answer the question, not what you want the question to be, not try to evade the point that you think she's trying to make. Just answer the question. What is the next question, Miss?
Because he is tied to you.
Listen.
I'm answering him the question.
No, you're not. No, you're not. Her question is, what has she personally done? She specifically said, don't talk about what.
All you winners in the chat are right. Here we are, right here. It happened just a few minutes later.
James has done.
The sex panel. You personally did the sex panel. You called me. You went out to creators and you lied to them so that they would then take the stage on live broadcast to label me a sexual predator, to call me and to tell them that I had over 16 victims. Now it's 17. You did that. You went out and you called me a sexual predator and said, or told people that in private. Then they repeated that publicly and you endorsed it, said that I porn revenge.
I said it all by myself publicly, and I'm pretty sure I was the first one to say it. Maybe other than Larry, just Larry.
Ludovic Bibiani, by being Rocket Man, to put out her nude porn on a live broadcast, said that I committed a crime and that I revenge porn. Ludovic Bibiani, you said on a live broadcast that you didn't even care that your allegedly nudes were sent. That's what this wasn't about. That Miss Oriani is a.
We have the sex panel.
There you go. Well, that's what started it all.
Okay.
This is what she's doing
Okay,
personally.
so your point is that she's contacted other people who have put out videos about you.
Yes, and then she's contacted law enforcement agencies and she's contacted YouTube creators to not work with me. Statute, which I'm showing is contact, which I'm showing a pattern, which I'm showing you are enticing third parties to do things to me. I'm showing a pattern all the way back to 2021.
Okay. At this point, I'm going to say a lot of this line of questioning has been asked and answered. You made your point. You've asked over and over, what's your evidence of these things, okay?
Yeah, Melissa, interesting that the next day, since she tried to play so much of that live and couldn't prove that you actually said it, that now you said it in private and other people said it. No, I just said it without talking to anybody. And yeah, I got sued for it.
That is hearsay.
His YouTube channel's hearsay?
Yes. That's an out-of-court statement.
Okay. Well, she actually wrote me a letter about it, so it wasn't.
And
she
she's
said
not here to testify. Listen.
Absolutely. I'm only.
Yes, allegedly. It is a direct parallel to the shit that Brittney's doing, which is why I'm showing this. Because there are so many parallels we have not repeated, we have not repaired, and we keep repeating it. And that's what my channel is about, is we repeat what we don't repair. Let's repair these lines of thought that keep getting us into these messes over and over and over and over.
Was has Andrea Powers ever alleged that you have blackmailed her and she's fearful of you? That was all she asked you. That's a yes or no
Yes,
question.
absolutely.
Okay. But then you got in your other testimony about
Okay.
how that she has subsequently wanted to apologize, and that's why.
Yeah, Phoebe, that's one thing I'm not sure about is, she filed those papers without an attorney against Clue and Cletus, but that doesn't mean she can't put an attorney on record to represent her when they go to the hearing. So it'll be interesting to see if she actually shows up and brings an attorney.
She gave you these materials. Next question.
I actually haven't been in all my court proceedings, but I've provided numerous evidence through all of the videos that made all.
So now here she's saying, well, I don't have the evidence in this hearing, but I had the evidence in all these other hearings, which actually she didn't. But but those other hearings and those other cases are not germane to this. So once again, this is teaching you that you cannot start bringing other court cases into the room, as a legal point of argument. Maybe an example or, a showing of a pattern, but it's not an actual legal argument.
All the videos Andrea Powers made, all the videos Shift Happens made, you weren't here for those proceedings. And the biggest person who I've been trying to get into the courtroom to show that has been doing this for you.
Melissa Jade, thank you so much for being here and outing yourself. But also, congratulations on your channel doing great. I'm really, really happy to see that. 1,000% happy to see that. All right, let's keep going.
Has been evading service. And so, yes, but you haven't been in any of these proceedings, so you wouldn't know what evidence has been or has not been presented.
Don't ask her a question again. That's argumentative. Part of Ms. Oriani's case is she's calling it third-party harassment, the plausible deniability concept, that she's trying to hold you culpable for harassment engaged in by others. And your question is that all this harassment she says she's been subjected to by others, other than her testimony saying it's happened, she hasn't brought proof of that here today.
I did not share your nudes, okay, Miss. You called and said all these things. When I redirect myself, I will show you what, in fact, I did do. And again, I did not do anything for the purposes of revenge porning you. I was speaking to another girl, and at the same time that you sent me that, I sent screenshots to Alex May 10th and May 11th.
That's a pretty funny thought, unfollowed. Imagine the Thanksgiving table arguments. That's a pretty funny thought.
So why would I be sending her something immediately? It's not for the purpose of to humiliate or do anything like that. It was for the purpose of transparency with the person that I was talking to. Okay, that was for my relationship purposes, so that down the road it wouldn't be like I'm being truthful with this person. I'm telling her that these people are messaging me. I'm telling her what these people are sending me. What I shared I shared screenshots to show that you sent me a screenshot to show that you just contacted me and then sent me something unsolicited, a screenshot to show the communication. Okay. And
so once again, she's admitting to sharing private images with another person of Melissa. But she's talking her way around it by saying it was a screenshot of an image. She shared a naked sexual image to the point where the recipient of that message said, something like, I'd know those tatas anywhere, or something like that, because they knew each other. But Lana didn't, if you think about how fucked up that is, Lana didn't know that the person she was sending the image to was already friends with that girl. For all Lana knew, Melissa was a complete stranger and still sent her private image to that person. It's ridiculous. It's
and told, let's see, it was after you went on.
Runs with scissors. You've brought up a major pet peeve of mine. I'm a word person. I like to use my words correctly. I know I don't always use my words correctly, but I'm a word person. And Brittney constantly says, you came after me unsolicited. No one's going to solicit what you do. What you're saying is unprovoked. What you mean, Brittney J, is unprovoked, not unsolicited. Unprovoked. Of course you're not going to solicit harassment, as you say. So silly.
I'm sorry. After you went on the sex panel and you accused me of doing all of these things and having all these victims, my moderators prior to that on Wednesday, you had spoken to Larry T, just Larry, and you had texted him at 8:25 p.m. on Wednesday, and the sex scandal panel was on Thursday. You had texted him, and then he went on a channel called The Glare. He's a different YouTube creator. And
can you believe it? Even the glarer is factors into this. Even the glarer.
What transpired there was that in order to mod for me, you needed to send me nudes in order to mod for me, and that I was blackmailing my mods. And to send, so I had to explain to my mod chat, like, this is not what I said to. That was never the communication I had, because I have 10 women who were above the age of 30 and all the way to 70. Okay, and they couldn't believe what they were being told and hearing, that now these women are being harassed and saying that they're disgusting and that
Y'all, she doesn't only mention the glare, she plays a part of the glare's panel in this court hearing, but I don't think I kept it in. Tracy, she won't listen, so that's for everybody else who keeps hearing her say solicited when she means unprovoked. So anyway, she actually played a clip from the glare's channel in this hearing. Believe it or not.
in order for them to mod for me, I made them do this and do that. And it was you that spoke to Larry on that Wednesday. And then immediately Larry goes on that panel on the glare, and he tells the world this. And that was why any communication had to happen between, and was in my mod chat privately with these women, to show that I never said anything like that. And those women knew that they've never provided me with nudes to mod for my channel. That's disgusting. That's ridiculous. But Larry T, just Larry, after speaking with you, which I will be providing that proof here on redirect, that's what happened. And that's why I had to speak to those women, okay, as well as the person that I was talking to defend myself. I'm not here to put anybody in trouble or get anybody a protection order for the purposes of me trying to do wrong by that. I legit believe that you have a problem with working behind the scenes dirty to go real life on people, and you.
Isn't that rich? You, Melissa, have a problem. You, Melissa, have a problem. But I'm sitting here with a permanent restraining order and about to get criminally convicted. But you have a problem, Melissa.
You use other people to do it. And what I've been showing to the courts is that you want plausible deniability. You want to make it seem like you don't do things, so you encourage other people to do things for you. You entice them. You make up stories to them. You lie to them to make you feel like the victim, so they have to come and be your savior online and then go and attack people. That is what you do. That is.
Lana just literally described herself. Just like Brittney describes herself over and over and over again in the same way. That's why these are so parallel.
Your MO. But that's what you guys were doing to infiltrate the algorithm so that my name would be seen with a video that said I wanted to give Chris Watts a blowjob. Yeah, I think it shows that you're engaging in.
Well, Lana, if you don't want a video out there of you talking about wanting to give Chris Watts a blowjob, you shouldn't have said it in a voice thing. But she literally did say that she would totally let him titty fuck her, and that she has great BJ lips. That's how disgusting this human being is.
Enticing and promoting hate, because all I got from that video was how I wanted to get on,
No, allegedly. She didn't say that in court. Well, maybe you're not. She didn't say those words in court, but she did say those words in a voice message that were made into a video.
I wanted to give Chris Watts a blowjob, and people were emailing me and contacting me through the nonprofit, who no longer wanted to be involved with the nonprofit because you guys were calling me pervert. That was your purpose. That's what I had presented, and that you were 100% engaging in this behavior. This is then the person that you then engaged with and was doing this behavior with and for. I'm not going to sit here and tell you why Miss Powers did certain things. What I'm showing in your guys' chat is that if she was so sorry as you claim, then why is she continuing on her actions with making a
Allegedly, I don't know if you were here earlier when I mentioned this, but she also asked Kim Kaufman to ask Chris Watts about Shanann Watts's pussy. She literally did. What is Shanann Watts's pussy like? Can you please ask Chris? So you are a pervert. You know, pervert's going to be called a pervert.
video to talk about and make it seem like I want to give a blowjob to Chris Watts. That doesn't seem like much of an apology. That seems like a humiliating video. So she's apologizing to people by humiliating me?
Disagree with.
That's what the sex panel is showing, is a start point. The sex panel is showing a start point. And then the sex panel shows at different points since then and all the way to now that has come up. Because, like I said, I don't know about you, but if somebody was to accuse you of having 16 to 17 victims for covering it, they start contacting the people that are involved, they contact the families, they tell them, and like I said, then they start hashtagging the new case that I'm on, whatever my tagline is for that case, they start hashtagging it. So it was, the sex panel is to show how I
Actually, no, Michelle, that was Mandy she was doing that with. That was Mandy. She was pretending to be having sex with Mandy, and she was like, and she did a fake loud orgasm, screaming Mandy's name in a bathroom. Disgusting.
ever, 11 days before knew this person named
And everything, so she says that she feels like it goes beyond just the sex panel. It goes to everything that she tries to do with her YouTube channel, that they infiltrate and start tagging, start contacting people. That's her response, okay?
And you're part of the they.
Listen, don't interrupt. No one's asking you anything, okay?
From what you did in that, how it is third-party harassment is that, and you and Andrea Powers had a chat, like you were going to call it a private chat. When was given on March 3rd or 10th of 2023, she was told by the courts here.
Yes, Judy Jetson, and you will hear her refer to that coming up, I believe. I'm pretty sure I kept it in here that she DoorDashed Mandy a fillet of fish from McDonald's and a Coke. And then she pretended to live there and had the DoorDasher take a picture of the front of Mandy's house. And then she went live with the front of Mandy's house as her thumbnail and bragged about it, and bragged about how she used the copyright system to get Mandy's real address. Okay. And yet she's here seeking protection from somebody who hasn't contacted her in years, literally years. Okay.
No contact. You could, stay away from her child, no more. It would then be on March 31st. So right then thereafter. So how it would be third party is that Miss talked to you, what I said, at some point that I'm going to be dropping, or I'm going to be adding you as an admin, because I can't add James she could add James to the chat, but that would be directly adding James, because she knew what James was going to go and do with the information that was in there, because she took the pictures in Denver, Colorado, that were then put out. She took them. That's contempt.
Can I ask you something, Mr. Ryan, about that? And I'm sorry. Why couldn't, it would not have been unlawful for to just share with James the pictures. It really wouldn't have been a violation of.
And that's why I left this part in here, is because she's saying it's not unlawful for Melissa to share pictures, or Melissa to add him to a chat that shares, or even just to share the pictures. It's not unlawful. So point being that Lana arguably had a stronger case, but actually lost because she knows that Melissa was talking about her in the background. She just could never ever prove, because it wasn't happening, that there was actual coordinated harassment going on.
The protection order against, she just gave him those pictures because, I'm sorry, you may not like that, but if she's talking about you, mocking you behind your back, she's allowed to do that. What he decides to do with it, that's his own.
Well,
But I guess what I'm wondering is that you think that that's all I've heard so far. He got added just to have access to those pictures.
It's not the whole adding is not the problem. The problem
That's
is
all she did was add him.
No. What they did is they were to make her an admin for then her to add him. Okay? Because they knew what he was going to do with it. That's how I'm showing that. Why didn't he just add James? And
Maybe because she had a protection order against her, she decided it wasn't a good idea. What I'm saying, though, is that this is everything that you think happened, but at the end of the day, do you have direct proof that she knew any of this, that he was going to then create a meme with a picture? Or maybe she was just asked, hey, can you add him? And she did. You don't know. You don't know, right?
Well, I'm saying that's what the evidence.
Wait, Lala, you have broken ribs and wrists? What the hell, man? I'm sorry. That sucks. Well, sweet dreams. Are you still under your order? Don't answer in chat. I'll talk to you later. And sweet dreams, I'm sorry that you have a broken ribs and wrist.
Listen. You believe the circumstantial evidence shows that she knew everything that was going on. I get that. But is it also possible that somebody said, hey, can you add James to the chat? She said, sure, she did it. And that's all that happened.
Not based on her testimony during earlier, like 2 days ago, when she testified as to why she did it.
She testified as to why she did it. She didn't admit that she did it so that James could then come after you. She said she was upset about things that you were saying. She was upset about the whole situation, and she just said, look what's happening. And she needed to talk to her friend. That was her testimony, but nowhere did she say,
but they didn't
listen, my point is, nowhere did she say, we don't have any direct evidence, right, that she added James so that he could then harass you. But you believe that circumstantial evidence shows that. That's all I'm asking.
I believe that their pattern of a relationship, what they did with the sex scandal, and that they've continued on that pattern, and that, yes, when they did that was for the purpose, and that those pictures were in there. That's the only place that those pictures were in. And that they didn't want to have giving them directly to James, so do it this way. Now, if you're saying that, hey, if they would have actually just done it this way and it wouldn't have been a violation, well, they thought it was, Your Honor. That's what it shows me. They thought it was, and that's why they did it this way. She actively participated in it because she couldn't do it, okay?
But that's the part that the circumstantial evidence. You don't have any direct proof that they then asked her, can you do this because he needs access to those pictures, right?
What I was showing is how quickly this all happened, so there had to be some communication. And that he then used the pictures immediately to do the memes. I mean, that's where they were located.
Okay. And that's, in a general sense, I would feel harassed if somebody created a meme about me like that, but do you think that that's, you understand the First Amendment, when you're internet, people do mock people online all the time. Do you think that that's something that I should issue a protection order for, that he then used your pictures to mock you, which is very upsetting to you? And I don't disagree that that would be upsetting. I don't disagree with that, but I'm asking, is that actionable?
Yes, Your Honor, at the time that this happened, he had already filed to come and drove to Ohio, okay, in September 2022, came here, drove to Ohio, filed.
I'm asking, no, is putting a a mocking meme about somebody online.
To run a contest and invite all these people to entice hate and then pay them?
It's a legal activity.
And then pay them? No, it's not.
I know, that's what I'm
This is a
saying,
civil
that-
protection order. They shouldn't be doing this, right? Because it's mentally stressful, right?
So then I would have to shut down the internet.
No, you don't have to shut down the internet because they can talk about me all they want.
That's my last favorite part of the hearing, where the judge says, I'd have to shut down the whole internet, but also notice how the judge looks over at Melissa after she says that, as if to say, wasn't that a good joke? Wasn't that a good joke? Like, do you agree? She was like looking to Melissa for validation. Watch this again. Watch this.
Pay them?
It's a legal activity.
And then pay them? No, it's not.
I know, that's what I'm
This is a
saying,
civil
that-
protection order. They shouldn't be doing this, right? Because it's mentally stressful, right?
So then I would have to shut down the internet.
No, you don't have to shut down the internet because mentally stressful, right?
So then I would have to shut down the internet.
No, you don't have to shut down the.
See how she's kind of looking over at Melissa for approval? That fucking cracked me up. She's like, look there, I made it funny. But it's also legally true. And so there's not much left in this. I'm actually going to stop it here. I will be making this clip reel public soon. So you'll be able to watch the rest if you want to. Yes, Lana is on Twitter, actually, allegedly. She is. I don't know who operates it for her, but but I think I think you all get my point. There are many, many, many parallels between what happened in this lawfare that Lana launched a few years ago and the lawfare that Brittney is conducting right now. There are many, many, many parallels, which shows that this is something that needs to be repaired. Lawfare in the long run doesn't work. If Lana, I believe that if Lana was honest with herself, honest with people, she would say she regretted doing all of this because she didn't have to. Her channel now has 60,000 subscribers and she gets great views. Okay. And it goes up and down like any channel on views, but she was able to become successful despite all of this on YouTube. She didn't need to do any of this shit. And that's what I'm trying to help you all understand. You don't need to conjure up content through the court, harass people through the court for content to be successful on YouTube. In fact, it's probably counter to your success on YouTube, because I bet Lana would be much, much more successful than she is right now if she hadn't done any of this shit, because she'd have a lot more support from the like adjacent communities from true crime that, participate in these like Crama chats. Right. So, if she was honest with us, and she never will be, I think she would say she regretted doing all of this stuff because she didn't have to be this aggressive and this disgusting and waste so many people's time and money, unless she really felt like she got a good emotional payoff from it. But she did end up having to be on probation for a year after all of this bullshit, and she's still permanently protected from against another YouTuber, where she's not supposed to show up within 100 yards wherever that person is. So Jesus Christ, it doesn't work. This does not work. For all you who are, in the back of your minds going, well, maybe if I launch some lawfare on people, I'll get some good content out of it, and that'll boost my channel. Maybe for 2 minutes, but in the long run, you're going to be looked at as a pariah. Okay. And now I know there are some of Lana's supporters who say, well, Lynn, you sued Lana and other people. And to you, I'm going to say this: I never made it into content. Never. Oh boy. Yes, I do, Cheryl. I certainly, most certainly do remember. You know, I would imagine if you talk to him right now, he would say, it still might yet come out. That's how reporters work sometimes. It's infuriating. So anyway, I never made content out of my legal actions that I took because it wasn't fucking content to me. So, just saying. Anyway, I really, really do appreciate you being here. Please join as a member if you want to see the hot mic moment of Lana and the judge is in my memberships. I'm also sharing a link to links to my pay links. You are welcome to donate there if you feel so inclined. And I see there's another question. Thank you so much, Judy. Lynn, is Lena still having to pay her losses? Do you know? Well, I know that she got off of probation in April of this year. So she was on probation for that criminal charge for a year. She did have to pay fees at the end of every single court filing that she did, whether or not she appeared. She had to do filing fees, but otherwise I don't think she paid other than her reputation and, you know, the way she looks. You know, the way she looks to the rest of the community. She's kryptonite. And the only people that still support her and defend her and will attack me on behalf of her, they look like this. They just look like small pea-brain white walkers who have literally no feeling, no compassion, no sense, and just lurch from kill to kill with their mouth. So anyway, you all have, I really, really appreciate you being here. I definitely appreciate Melissa coming into chat and giving us more commentary. I'm always sorry for what she went through. I want to make sure I didn't miss any super chats. I don't think so. Or members. No, I don't think so. But I really appreciate you being here. I do plan to start up my book club readings again when the Virginia Giuffre book comes out. So be on the lookout for that. Otherwise, be on the lookout for more videos and lives on this channel. I'm glad to hear that unfollowed. I really liked your comments in chat. You were expressing exactly how I felt the first time watching all of this shit, like absolutely astounded. Like, is this real in a courtroom? Anyway, I'm glad you found me too, Janessa. So thank you. So thankful that you all are here. And I really hope that you have a fantastic rest of the weekend. And yes, please remember to hit the thumbs up on the way out. Goodbye.